From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good afternoon, good morning, whatever it may be, wherever you are in all 24 time zones covered by this radio program. Great to be with you. I'm Art Bell. Well, let's see. They're beginning to think, actually it would appear there's proof that the anthrax came from our stores of anthrax, military or civilian, whatever. Listen to this story. Anthrax spores that contaminated U.S. mail in October were apparently produced in the U.S., according to the White House press secretary. Simply said it was looking like a domestic source. Said officials still don't know who delivered the thing. Army officials doubtful that potential deadly anthrax mailed to Congress originated at a military medical research center. And this is the key line. They're doubtful. Even though spores in both places were a genetic match. Oh, what am I to think here? If they were a genetic match, then, I mean, isn't that case closed? How can military officials doubt that's where it came from if there's a genetic match? I know in courtrooms, when they talk about genetic matches, they trot out experts who say the odds of this being anybody else's DNA are 5,463,947,261 to 1, and inevitably they get convicted and/or conversely, people are released these days as absolutely innocent if the DNA was wrong. So, what is there to know here? Is the DNA not that complex? Could somebody have copied it? Could they randomly have come up with the same DNA sequencing? I don't think so. They are going cave to cave in Afghanistan hunting for Osama bin Laden. Of course, they had a great last stand. I'm hearing that some Al-Qaeda leaders may have been let go. As you began to see collapse after collapse of regions and cities in Afghanistan, did you notice how quickly they went? I mean, just dominoes. Boom, 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 like that. Well, in some cases, they were making deals with the leaders. Now here's something that perhaps I'm not grasping properly here. But these people, I thought, these Al-Qaeda folk, were, if necessary, martyrs, right? They blow themselves to smithereens for the cause, or the religion, or whatever, whatever. Am I right? Why then would, in case after case, in city after city in Afghanistan, why would they make a deal to save their own skins, to surrender their troops, the area? Why would they do that? There's some part of that somewhere I'm not understanding. Oh, yeah. Time magazine is considering, I'm sure you saw on CNN, they ran a real big story about it. Time magazine is apparently in the throes of a difficult decision. Companies have to make these difficult decisions every now and then, and they're really tough. One big company trying to make a decision probably of this magnitude right now. Put Osama bin Laden on the cover of Time or not? Let us weigh this. Let's see what Time is considering, all right? The people interviewed on the street were just blown away. Now, traditionally, you've got to remember, Time magazine has made their man of the year, for better or for worse, the person who most affected the year. That's been the criterion in the past. Of course, this jerk did certainly most affect the year. I don't think anybody would certainly question that. So we have that on the one hand. Time's reputation of always doing that. They did Hitler and Stalin and all kinds of people. Not good people. Man of the year. But then on the other hand, we have millions of people who subscribe to Time magazine, probably some portion of whom will rip up their subscription. Maybe 1 million. Who knows? Maybe not so many. They don't know. They have no way of knowing, but they know that people are going to get really ticked off if they do it. If they put his picture on Time Magazine as Man of the Year. I think the problem that Time Magazine is stuck with is that they call it Man of the Year. In the minds of most Americans, when you say Man of the Year, you don't mean somebody who killed thousands of people and destroyed buildings in New York City and the Pentagon. That's not what you mean. You mean a man, Cojones here, folks. This is a guy of the year, right? So their problem is the title, I think. Maybe they should change that. Forces, 3 dead Monday after Yasser Arafat told his people to stop attacking Israel. Well, guess they're not listening to Yasser. Lots of stuff that I would like to talk to you about. I am not going to let go of this. Listen to this cloning story, Associated Press story. The U.S. government bans, if the U.S. government should ban human cloning, an interesting decision for our government to make, huh? A scientist now says his organization intends fully to find a country where it is legal and then create cloned babies for infertile couples. So here you go. A fellow named Zavos, a Kentucky reproduction researcher and a vocal advocate for human cloning, said Friday that his organization has been contacted by more than 3,000 infertile couples who are eager to become parents. Just know that cloning is not going to be cheap, right? Zavos said, quote, people want to have a biological child of their own. Said that at a meeting of the Association of Reproductive Health Professionals. Zavos heads a Lexington, Kentucky organization called Anthology Institute of America, which provides fertility services. Proposed federal legislation that would ban all forms of human cloning would cripple research in America and force researchers to find countries where such studies are legal, said Zavos. We don't even say we need America, he said. The world is wide open to us. Well, so there you have it. It's not going to make a damn bit of difference what we do in this country, really. Cloning, human cloning, is upon us. And they fully intend to go where they will take these orders. Now they know they've got the orders, they've got the money. Baby, it's coming. Pun intended. Baby, it's coming. Cloning is, human cloning, I guess we should, that should almost be like a law of nature, and that is that when mankind discovers a technology, a science, something new that man can do, man is damn well gonna do it. And laws and politicians and police aren't going to stop it. Technology marches on, it goes right past man. It'll just be interesting to see what this technology delivers unto mankind. If cloning is not legal in America, if they make it illegal, then does that mean that it would be illegal to clone a baby in, East Ipswich? Well, no, that's still here. In Cairo, and bring your clone here. Would it be illegal for that clone to enter the United States? And if so, based on what? Because, let me think about this. If you have a blood relative, you're a U.S. citizen, you have a blood relative like a husband or a wife or a son or a daughter in some other country, as far as I know, they're automatically allowed to pursue U.S. citizenship. Maybe not automatically. Maybe that's, I don't know, I'm going to have to think about that, but you've got to admit it's an interesting question. Very, very, very interesting. And I am going to find the right kind of expert on the ethics and the morality and the science of cloning. There are a number of things I want to understand, but check me if I'm wrong on this. The clone would be not near, not like a identical twin, but it would be exactly like that. or even more, identical twins still, I suppose, develop and look a little bit different one way or the other, right? Can't they? Maybe not. So you could create your own double, another you, and have it brought into the country. You tell me that some egotistical people in this country with lots of money, and there's lots of egotistical people with lots of money, we're a country full of people like that, wouldn't decide to do this, to create themselves again. It's irresistible. Pretty interesting stuff. The Lancet, you know about the Lancet, don't you? It's a very prestigious British medical journal. So when it published an article in its current edition, get this, in which scientists claim to have proof, that's proof in capital letters, that humans have a soul that exists independently of the body that it inhabits. Folks are sitting up and taking notice. When Lancet says that, well then people do take notice, and I certainly am. A team of research doctors from Holland, and that reminds me, my guest tonight is going to be coming to you from a very long way away. Not so far from Holland, actually. 18%, or 62 out of 344 people clinically dead experienced, quote, I'm quoting here, emotions, visions, or lucid thoughts, end quote, while they were considered clinically dead. Many others reported out-of-body experiences. This is one of the most interesting questions that we deal with on this program. Or maybe that there is to deal with in life. You know, is there a soul? Do we continue? Does our consciousness continue? The Lancet article would indicate that there is becoming proof. That's a strong word for a prestigious medical journal like the Lancet, that there is proof that we have a soul. Big news, I would say. Tomorrow night, Whitley Strieber is going to be here, and one of the reasons he's going to be here is the U.S. National Academy of Sciences is warning now, all of a sudden, that sudden, unexpected climate change on a scale that could cause widespread drought or even plunge Earth into a deep freeze poses more of a danger than anything else we've talked about. You know, the slow warming of the climate, or the ozone layer problem, or any of the rest of it. But what the National Academy of Sciences is suddenly warning. Now, why do you think they're warning this? That we could get a really sudden climate change. The evidence embedded in ancient tree rings, ice cores, other places, signs that quick, drastic change is a fundamental characteristic of Earth's climate. These data show that the climate can switch abruptly from one mode, you know, like an ice age, to another, such as a mild interglacial period. Humans, the climatologists say, have no remembered experience of such a sudden, far-reaching shift. If one were to occur in the near future, human civilization could be ill-equipped to adjust. So there you have it. When Whitley and I wrote the coming global superstorm, we pounded into people's ears that what we were talking about was the possibility of sudden climate change, sudden, drastic climate change. And so now, finally, all of a sudden, naturally, here it is. Here it is. From none less than the U.S. National Academy of Sciences. Something pretty weird happened on an American Airlines flight. I don't know if you heard about that. In a moment, if you didn't, you will. American Airlines. This is some story, really kind of an interesting story, which broke on Sunday. Datelined San Diego, an American Airlines flight was delayed more than 3 hours. Now, you can imagine how unnerving it would be to be delayed 3 hours. Very frustrating. And besides that, what they usually do is pretty much lie to you. I'm not speaking about American Airlines now, but airlines in general, about why you're being delayed. That's mechanical trouble. It's this, it's that. I'm sure they all have a list of probably stuff they say. But in this case, it's understandable why. Somebody, I guess, well, let me just read this story, all right? Delayed more than 3 hours after takeoff Sunday after a fake grenade, that's right, grenade, a fake grenade, used to test security screening, apparently fell out of a carry-on bag and rolled down the aisle. An airport spokesperson said. Now, imagine being in an airliner these days. It's on I'm not a good flyer anyway. I'm kind of a nervous flyer anyway. Not really bad, actually. But a little nervous, like everybody. Takeoffs and landing. I pay attention. Use that wing out there solid. Is everything all right? So imagine after 9/11, and everybody's natural sort of a little bit of nervousness. Anyway, you're sitting there, probably just strapping in, grabbing the magazine in front of you, deciding if you're going to read, and you hear thumpity thumpity thump, and you look down, and here comes this grenade rolling down the aisle. Of things in life that you could imagine that would really get your attention, looking down and seeing a grenade rolling down the aisle as you're looking at the airline What to Buy while you're in the Air magazine. There goes a grenade. The woman that apparently or allegedly carried it on board is said to have inadvertently picked up the bag at the security checkpoint. After boarding the plane, the woman pulled a jacket out of the bag, and the fake grenade rolled out and then hastily down the aisle. The pilot of the aircraft, an MD-80 bound for Chicago on the taxiway, stopped the flight, had the grenade removed, and before the plane's departure, all passengers were taken off and re-screened. Yeah, at least, right? So you got to wonder about this. I mean, did the guy who was the security expert who had the grenade, who had the bag there, didn't he bother to tell anybody? So these passengers had to go through getting re-screened again. Didn't he tell anybody? Oh yeah, I'm the guy who left the grenade or left the bag there that the lady picked up. You got to wonder how this came down. Anyway, bottom of the hour. All right, here we go. Open lines. Anything you would like to chat about over the next half hour is fine. And, at the top of the hour, 5 minutes after, actually, we're going to have a theoretical physicist here from the Netherlands. And it should be pretty interesting. He just wrote a book called The Deepening Complexity of Crop Circles, Scientific Research and Urban Legends. So obviously, it's going to be interesting to find out why a theoretical physicist decided he would become interested in crop circles and what he thinks about them. Very, very interesting. He just defended his most recent thesis, Aspects of a Compton Free Electron Laser. Aspects of a Compton Free Electron Laser. So, that is going to be most interesting, I think. At any rate, here we go. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
How are you, Art?
I'm okay, sir. Where are you?
I'm in Indianapolis.
Indianapolis, okay. Good to have you.
I just wanted to comment on the lady with the grenade on the plane. The news reports I've heard today have said that she didn't inadvertently pick the bag up, that she'd actually stolen it. She saw a sweater or a jacket in the bag that she liked, so she took it. And on the plane, she went to get it out of the bag and didn't realize it, but the grenade rolled out.
Well, however it happened, as I said, I picture myself, sitting in a plane, and a little nervous anyway. Most people, don't you think most people are a little nervous?
Yes.
Yeah. And then, of course, there's September 11th fresh in everybody's mind, and a grenade rolls by you. That's got to be a bad moment.
I would imagine it would be. I would have been pretty scared.
I appreciate the information. Thank you. I don't know what the rest of the story is. I don't think it really matters. I think the story is, how would you have fared if you had been sitting on that airliner and, thumpity, 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 thump. You look down and it's a pineapple. Probably not very well. A wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Bell.
Howdy. This is...
Brandy in East Tennessee.
Brandy?
Brandy.
Okay, Brandy. Nice name.
Thank you. And, yeah, that is an awful lot of snafus in one flight.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the grenade gets by, the lady steals the bag.
Grenade rolls out. Bad day. That lady was having a real bad day.
I would have had a fit. Anyway, discussions about terrorists,
yes.
Human clones, hand grenades are all well and good, but I have something really important to talk about.
Okay.
I want to know what you think about what happened in Cleveland yesterday.
Cleveland. Now, where did you say you're calling from?
I'm from East Tennessee, but I grew up in Ohio.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to see,
why
where you were coming from in this question. Well, now, I didn't see the game, and of course, I'm really sorry I didn't see the game. But here's what I understand, and you tell me if I've got this wrong. Okay. There was a critical play at the end of the game. It was like, if it had been ruled one way, they'd have won. I don't know what the. You tell me, what was the replay about?
All right. Cleveland was down by 5. They were in Jacksonville territory.
Yeah.
They had less than a minute left.
Yeah.
Couch throws the ball. I forget who caught it. They called it a catch at the 9-yard line, and they're running to get lined up again because they don't have any more timeouts.
So it would have been a first down?
So it was a first down.
Okay.
On a fourth down throw.
Yeah. Okay.
First down.
Gotcha.
And then to stop the clock, when they snap the ball again, Couch goes to ground the ball, stop the clock.
Yep.
But he pumped first. So Jacksonville wanted intentional grounding. But the referees go and review the catch before that.
Yeah, but if he pumped before he spiked the ball, then it could not be.
Yeah, they snapped another play. You can't review that, let alone once it's over.
You're saying it's unreviewable?
Yeah.
By rule?
Once the ball is snapped on the next play, you cannot review that play, period. That's the rule.
And everybody was properly lined back up again?
Yes. And now, granted, it's inside 2 minutes, so it's a call from upstairs. The coaches can't ask for that replay.
Yeah, that's right. Anything under 2 minutes has to be reviewed up in the booth, yes.
Right. And when they looked at it, and the initial shot looked like a catch. Then they showed it from a different angle while the referees were looking at it, and they were right. It was not, he didn't have possession when he came down.
Okay.
But that's not the point.
What is the point?
The point is, they knew the rule and they broke it right there in front of God and everybody. So then they give the ball back to Jacksonville.
You mean the rule saying that it's not reviewable?
They give the ball back to Jacksonville and fans go crazy. So with 48 seconds left on the clock, the referee goes out there and says, game over.
Yeah.
Everybody go home. With 48 seconds left.
Well, it was my understanding that 30 minutes elapsed and then they played the last bit.
Yeah, because the commissioner called them in their locker room and said, you can't do that. You have to go out there and finish the game.
That's right. They certainly did.
But okay.
And then bottles and stuff were thrown, and I guess people were really, really pissed.
I was really, really mad.
I
said I would have probably been throwing things too. My brother said that he would have thrown me.
He would have thrown you?
He would have thrown me, which it wouldn't have been easy because I'm 6 feet tall.
Yeah, I'd remember that, hon, when games get tight, and you're sitting there in the living room.
So I don't go with my brother to NFL games.
Thanks for the call.
No problem.
Yeah, see ya. I wish I'd seen it myself. Now, that's what you just said is interesting, that they blew by a rule that said something is not reviewable. do that? And if that's true, can they then go back and correct it if it's an injustice, or is it just too bad? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
I was calling because earlier you was mentioning about clones and their right to be in America if they're born overseas or whatever. Well, back on November 17th, I wanted to touch on something, too, in 1977. I was in Germany, married to a military man,
Right.
and I couldn't make it to the Stuttgart hospital for the Army hospital, so I had to go to Mootlangen.
Yeah.
So anyway, I died while I was having my son, and I was dead for 47 minutes. But I didn't have the out-of-body experience like I'm always hearing about.
Well, it is not a majority of the people that have it.
I went inside myself.
Didn't you hear what I said? It was, what was it, 40-some% or so. Let's see. Is it that high? Here they talk about, no, it's even less than that. It's 18%. 62 out of 344 in this study reported emotions, visions, or lucid thoughts. But what do you mean you went inside yourself?
I was inside myself in the womb, and I helped push my son out down through the birth canal from behind him.
No.
When I got to the end where he was no longer in front of me, I went into where it looked like a light, and
wait a minute. What clinically occurred to you?
I died.
Well,
my heart stopped.
Your heart stopped.
Yes.
Now, I could be for how long?
I was dead for 47 minutes.
47 minutes.
It's on record. Yeah.
Okay. Now, here's as far as I understand. Who understands about these things completely, but it's been my understanding, ma'am, that if your heart stops for like 5 or 6 minutes, you're not only clinically dead, you're dead.
I was dead because they gave up on me. They were busy with the baby.
So you're saying they brought you back?
No, they did not bring me back.
What brought you back? Well, you're here, so
I heard a voice from the light. It appeared like a round ball, but I think that's because your pupils are round, and there was like no rays or anything.
Okay, but here's my problem. In the case of the lady who had the aneurysm snip that I interviewed, I'm sure you probably heard it, right?
Yes, I listened to that. I tried to call that night because I wanted to speak to her.
Yes, but in that case, they cooled the body so that the brain tissue, minus the blood carrying the oxygen,
I know,
wouldn't die. In your case,
they did nothing because they tried everything to revive me, and I would not come back.
Yeah, but you absolutely should not be here.
I know.
So where were you?
And I should be messed up in my brain from lack of oxygen.
Dear lady, you shouldn't have a brain.
I know. But I heard a voice that said, Diana, go back to your son. And all of a sudden, it was like I came, floating back, like everything had like a brown cast.
Well, where were you when you came back? I mean, was there a sheet pulled over you?
The whole time.
Were you in the morgue? Where were you?
No, I was still laying there on a table, but they were over sucking fluid out of my son and taking care of my baby, trying to revive him because he was born dead. So they brought him back.
Smokes.
Yeah, they were all busy with him.
Yeah, but you went code blue there. They had to be paying attention to you.
No, they gave up on me. They considered me dead and gone.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Will you please contact me in email?
What is your email?
artbell@mindspring.com.
Mindspring. Okay. Yeah. But anyway, my son was born, and they saved him. And
all right. Rather than continuing the story now, get hold of me, and we'll arrange something more. Okay.
All right, because it's on record. I mean, they have it at the
I understand. Listen, send the email to me. We'll go from there.
Yeah, they were really, acting strange when, I stood up and started, I wanted to see my baby.
Well, seeing dead people sit up always disconcerts one. All right. Thank you very much. Send me that email. And we'll go from there. 40 minutes. I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. I guess nothing amazes me anymore. Nothing. Because that's impossible. 40 minutes, you're really dead. Dead. The only thing about Pam's procedure was they cooled her body to preserve, they hoped, and they were right, the tissue in her brain. Or maybe there is something even more that we just don't understand. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Hi, Merry Christmas.
Oh, Merry Christmas. Yes, getting close.
This is Maureen from San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
Hi again. I'd like to know, will the GIS Paranormal group, will they be on tomorrow night?
Oh, the Voices from the Grave group.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Now, as long as their CD arrives on time, it is supposed to come sailing in tomorrow by special delivery, super duper, better get it there, somebody dies, Federal Express type mail.
Oh.
So, as long as that gets here, yes, they will be on tomorrow night.
Oh, great. Also, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock on Channel 10 here in San Diego, they'll be showing Contact Talking to the Dead.
Really? Contact Talking to the Dead. Well, we also have guests here who claim to do that. In fact, with the dead. It's not really so far out when you think about it. If all of this other stuff that we're beginning to read so much about is true, if we are about to prove scientifically that we actually have a soul, then that means there is survival of the consciousness after death, and if there is that, then talking to the dead would have to be considered more carefully, wouldn't it? First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Where are you?
I'm calling from New Mexico.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to tell you when I was about a year and a half old, I was dead for about 12 hours.
You were dead for 12 hours?
Yes.
Now, do you know, maybe we should define dead.
Well,
dead meaning no heartbeat,
yeah,
no brainwave,
yeah,
just totally gone.
Yeah.
And you're claiming you were.
Yes, and I still remember because when I had like an out of body experience, and I happened to I don't know where I went.
Oh no, wait a minute, no. Go back to the dead part. How did you get dead?
How did I get dead?
Yes.
Well, I'm not exactly sure, but I remember that I had a seizure, and I was just shaking all over. They took me to the hospital, and they never did find out what was wrong with me, and I was just dead.
And you were how old?
A year and a half old.
Half old.
Yeah.
Well, then you must not remember a whole lot about it. I don't remember a whole lot from when I was a year and a half.
Yeah, but I remember where I went.
Where did you go?
I went to a place where my great-grandparents were. I saw them. I communicated with them.
Yeah, that's what we hear from people who have this experience, yes.
Yeah, and it looked like my grandma, but she was still alive, so it might have been my grandma's mother that I was speaking to. And my grandfather said that he didn't want me there because it wasn't time for me, and he ordered my grandmother to bring me back.
Now that's really, really interesting because could it be true? She said she thought it was her grandmother, but no, it could not have been because she was still alive. Now, maybe our lack of understanding of the other side, and you've got to admit, folks, we don't know a whole lot about it, right? We don't know much about the other side. It's nature. It may be that on the other side, people who are with us now are with us there. That's a line of thought worth pursuing, isn't it? So, in other words, somebody alive now could be there as well. Makes you up to think about that. It does me a little bit, but I understand that in a complex world over there that we don't even begin to understand the physics of or anything else, something like that might easily be possible. So I wouldn't dismiss the fact so quickly that it was her. Wow, interesting stories. Oh, would have been on the air. You're not, though. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, how's it going?
It's going okay, sir. Where are you?
This is Adam from New Orleans.
Okay, Adam.
I was going to talk to you about the football game. I know the woman called up before talking about the one in Cleveland.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw the game tonight. The exact same thing happened down here.
What?
Yeah, it wasn't under the same circumstances, but everybody's getting frustrated, and the Saints are definitely a team.
Now, before you ruin it for me, because I taped that game, and I don't want you to tell me about it. I'm sorry, but
okay.
I have that game to watch later.
You will be very entertained.
Okay. Oh, that's great. Don't tell me any more than that.
Sure.
All right. So it's a really good game. I mean, this I understand was to determine if New Orleans was going to make it into the wild card, into a wild card slot.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, don't tell me about it.
Okay. Will do.
But on the other hand, feel free to call me about it after today.
Sure thing.
All right?
All right. See you later.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Now, I want to warn you that my guest coming up is my guest coming up as long as I'm able to connect with the Netherlands. Now, the Netherlands should not be a difficult call, mind you. I don't think it's going to be a difficult call. But anytime, you're touching base with that far away, there's always a possibility that something can and will go wrong. So no promises. But assuming, how dangerous that is, that all goes well, coming up after the break, a theoretical physicist who's going to talk some about crop circles, and since he is a theoretical physicist, we'll pick his mind on a number of other subjects as well. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. In a moment, we've got a theoretical physicist coming up from the Netherlands, and his name, if I'm going to try and pronounce it, is Eltjo Haselhoff. He's actually related to the other Haselhoff you know about. Amazing, huh? I'll tell you more about him in a moment. We've got a kind of an echoey line from here to the Netherlands. I've got an idea. I wonder what would happen if I had him call my international toll-free line. Probably gets the same satellite anyway. We tried about 5 times. The operator even tried it occasionally. There's just nothing you can do about satellites, I guess, that echo. But that coming up, echo and all, in a moment. Now, this should be really interesting. Really, really interesting, actually. The guest I have coming up, Eltjo, is named Eltjo. It's spelled E-L-T-J-O, but pronounced Eltjo. After finishing grammar school, Eltjo studied experimental physics, specializing in high-power gas lasers, nonlinear optics, and ultra-short optical pulse detection. Good Lord. After obtaining his MSc degree, he worked at several European research institutes and at Los Alamos National Laboratories, here in the U.S. His main activities were in the fields of free electron laser research, accelerator technology, ultra-high vacuum technology, semiconductor photoemission cathodes for high-current electron beam accelerators, and ultra-fast, make that, optical infrared switches. In May of '63, he obtained his Ph.D. in physics. After successfully defending his thesis, Aspects of a Compton Free Electronic Laser. Wow! Today, he works in industry as a senior clinical scientist in the magnetic resonance marketing department of a leading provider of medical imaging equipment, where he specialized in the use of MR in the battle against heart disease. In the strict scientific period of his professional life, that'd be 1985 through 1994, he published several dozens of articles in peer-reviewed scientific journals on electro-optic lasers and general matters like optics communications, IEEE Journal of Quantum Electronics, Journal of Applied Physics, and the Physical Review. Since the start of his industrial career in '95, he is more dedicated to executive tasks. Nevertheless, some scientific papers were published since then. His last peer-reviewed scientific publication demonstrated the involvement of balls of light in crop circles. And that's what we're going to talk to him about, but that's not all we're going to talk to him about. Actually, I'm going to be able to pass on Eltjo most of the time, because I think Dr. Haselhoff, under the circumstances, with his resume and education, Dr. Haselhoff will be the way I will address him, so that'll make that easy. Doctor, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. I'm happy to be here.
Where are you in the Netherlands?
I'm, well, it's hard to tell because it's dark and it's cold, but I'm in the south of the Netherlands. It's close to the Belgian border.
It, I guess what? Our echo kind of disappears. It's still there, but it's not bad. It's a little better than it was, thank goodness. Well, here it comes again. Oh, well. Anyway, it's so absolutely fantastic to have you on the program. It is nevertheless early, I suppose, daylight there, right?
Well, it is, it's about 8:15 in the morning. There's no daylight in this time of the year. It's, these days are very dark and very short.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. You're way up north, aren't you?
Yeah, it's pretty dark here.
Uh-huh. All right. Well, how does somebody with your background, as a matter of interest, even begin to get interested in the crop circle phenomena? How did that happen?
Well, I think getting in is quite easy. The problem is getting out. This all started about in 1988, and actually it started when a colleague of mine, he was a guy from Scotland, and he was a very smart guy, and he watched a documentary on BBC television in England. It was about crop circles. Those were the early years of media coverage, and he told me about it, and actually I was very surprised that he was so surprised, because this guy was very smart, and if there would have been any trivial explanation, he would have probably figured it out after one BBC documentary. But he was very impressed, and he told me about it, and he actually talked all morning about it, and then he said, well, you should have seen this, you would have been impressed. You know? And I said, well, okay. So that's how it started, and that's how I became triggered. And then actually, the same year, we had a formation nearby, so I contacted the people that wrote about it in the newspaper, and I personally visited these. There were actually 2 crop circles, and that's how it all started. Then you're there, and you think, well, this is strange, because it is strange. If you enter a crop formation, it is just strange. I mean, even if you don't know where it comes from, even if you believe it's man-made, it's still strange.
All right, well then explain to me what it was like walking in. When you walked into that crop circle, what was strange? Did you feel strange? Do you mean things that you noticed that were strange? What?
Well, I'm very much, like we would say, down to the bare metal. I mean, I'm not psychic, I'm not sensitive or anything. Many people around me tell me they feel strange, they feel sick, they feel well, they feel whatever. Right. I have had those experiences in a very limited fashion, but what I refer to actually is that when you get there and there's this huge circle in a field of wheat, it's just a strange thing to see. Anyway, you're entering that place and it's strange. And in this particular case, this very first circle in 1988. Of course, the first thing you do is try to flatten the crop somewhere in the where it's still standing upright to see what happens. You know, I mean, how would you do this? So you just take a small piece and you try to push it down, and then you find that there actually is some sort of recoil. I mean, if you try to push these plants over, they tend to jump upward anyway. Maybe right. They don't lay flat.
Come right back at you. They come right back to you.
Yeah, they do. And so it's not as flat as it's in this circle. So then you think, well, they must have been pushing down very hard. So you start actually, with your feet, you start stomping them down.
Sure.
And then they sort of lay down, but then you find that your footprints are all over the soil. If you lift up the stems, you see that they're imprints. And in this crop circle, that was like the first thing I noticed. If you lift up the stems, underneath, the soil is untouched. There are little earth crumbs and little, these earth crumbs are so brittle you can't even lift them up. You can't even get them in your hands. And you try to pick one up and it just pulverizes, So that is strange. Then you find that wherever you walked around in this formation, you can find your own footsteps, but you don't find any other footsteps. So that is strange. That's where that's sort of peculiar. Obviously, after half an hour, you've been walking around everywhere, and it's hard to tell, But anyway, next time you hear about a crop circle, you sort of decide to go back to check if that's still the case, if it's like that again, and then it indeed turns out to be like that, like the undisturbed soil. So that makes you come back the third time, and the fourth time, and the fifth time, and that's been going on for 13 years now, because you just find more and more peculiar characteristics of these formations.
All right, I have heard many reports from many scientists, scientists here in America that have done studies of certain crop circles and found molecular changes in the crops and the seed pods and all kinds of things. You're aware of all of that research by now.
I am, yes. I think you're referring to Dr. Levengood.
Yes, of course.
Yes. Yeah, I'm aware of his work, and I've actually it was this research that made me do similar things. I was sort of intrigued, perhaps a little bit skeptical. You never know. Anyway, I wanted to try these things out, and although I have not performed as many experiments as Dr. Levengood did, I've been doing the same sort of work, and so far I can only confirm what he's been finding. There are, in fact, very strange biological changes in the plants.
All right, Professor, Dr. Levengood was able to determine that the only way that he could come close to duplicating the changes produced in this crop would be by literally cooking the crop in a microwave oven. In other words, microwave radiation produced an effect similar to what he was seeing. You agree?
Right, yes. Yes, that's right. I performed those studies to some extent, and there's one effect that we will be definitely talking about in this show, which is the node lengthening effect, and that is something that can in fact be simulated quite well just by simply cooking these plants in a microwave oven, and then you see changes which are very similar. So that might mean that perhaps somehow microwave radiation is involved in crop circle creation. I mean, it's just that, a hypothesis, but it might be heat is involved in any way. That's something we know for sure.
All right. Well, then let me jump to this. I'm not sure if you are aware, I would bet you are, of recent research regarding plasma balls of energy actually being self-sustaining within our atmosphere, and all of these reports of lights that have been seen. I wonder if these lights might be these plasma balls of energy.
Well, I'm aware of the work, and actually it's some of the things that I was going to pick up, because the first presentations I heard about, it was somewhere in a conference about a year ago, I think somewhere in Italy, but I'm not even sure. The first presentations I heard about these self-sustaining plasma balls puzzled me very much.
Yes.
But I really couldn't imagine what the mechanism would be. But then I must say that it's been a long time since I really was working with that sort of stuff. So
well,
nevertheless, go back to the library.
Yes, nevertheless,
anyway,
you are a theoretical physicist. What can you imagine, Professor, that could cause a plasma ball within our climate, within our conditions here on Earth, to be self-sustaining? What in physics do we know that could even begin to explain that?
Well, I'll tell you, the only thing that and that sounds perhaps like a strange remark, but the only thing that I could think of is something which has not been recognized yet by mainstream physics, and that's what we call free energy. Free energy is something which it's sort of a new concept. There's some other physicists sort of propagating this, and it's supposed to be a source of energy which is actually that we're not aware of at this point in time. Basically, it says you that 1 cup of vacuum, if you want that 1 cup of nothing, if you just would pump out all the air out of a little cup of coffee and all the coffee and everything, then there's something that actually is left behind. It's called ether, and it has an extremely high energy density. And you could actually get the energy out. I think that one coffee cup has enough to evaporate all the Earth's oceans, something like that. There's a huge amount of energy. Anyway, that's a very controversial theory, but on the other hand, it has many interesting aspects.
So actually,
the shot in the dark I made was, well, if this energy comes from nowhere, because that's what it does, and it's so much energy because it's a lot of energy, who knows, perhaps it's free energy. But I wouldn't know any mechanism supported by mainstream physics that would explain this.
So in other words, if this were a court atmosphere and you were a witness and I was a lawyer, and I was requiring of you a direct answer, the answer is there is nothing in conventional physics that supports this, and yet we know that we know it's true that there are self-sustaining plasma balls. It's now been proven. So there's something out there we really don't know, huh?
Well, there's something out there that I really don't know. Perhaps these other guys know more about it, but like I said, I would have to pay more attention to their work and go in more depth with these plasma balls. There's one thing I know, though, and that is that these balls of light, I prefer to call them balls of light because I'm not sure if these are actually plasma balls.
Okay.
These balls of light has been reported to create crop circles, or at least to be involved in crop circle creation. They're eyewitnesses.
That's right.
And I've come to the point where I believe these eyewitnesses because we have found circumstantial evidence in the fields that support their words. You can actually find traces in the crops which perfectly support what they're telling you, that there was a ball of light, that it heated up the crops, and this heating of the crops leaves sort of a mark in the field, and that is something you can measure by the node lengthening. We've done that, and there's a perfect match. So yes, I believe these people. There's little doubt in my mind.
Okay, let us say it is so. Then the next thing that puzzles me terribly, Professor, is that there are these incredibly beautiful, symmetric designs. If you would think this was some sort of fluke of nature, the ball of light or plasma, whatever it is, it would be rather random, but not so beautifully symmetrical and even mathematical at times.
Yeah, that's the creepy part, isn't it?
Creepy.
See, the point is that it is, in the first place, it is very difficult to judge because we know there are people out there making crop circles, and that's a fact of life.
Mm-hmm.
I know some of these people personally, and they just do it.
I heard that you made one.
Oh yeah, yes. I actually, more than once. Actually, I just wanted to have a good feeling for how difficult it is and how much effort it is to produce a circle.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's hard to judge, what all the other people do. So the problem is that if you look at all the data you have, all the information you get, you know there's a certain percentage man-made. You don't know what percentage, and you don't know which circles. So it's very hard to interpret what you're seeing. But there are at least 4 different types of crop circles. For let's say 4 different types of designs. There's the simple circle, the simple round circle. Those ones have been reported for centuries already, perhaps even more than that. Then we have the circles with rings and lines. It's the circle, ring, and bar type. That's what I call the second type. Mm-hmm. Then we have the ones you refer to, these beautiful, often circularly symmetric formations, which you see particularly in the south of England. They look like sort of it's like art, like mandalas, like beautiful symbols. And then there's a new type, which is quite recent, which is the one made out of dots, like newspaper photographs.
Yes.
We have had a few of those. Of course, you start with these simple round circles, and those have been the formation that I've been mainly involved with. Those could be a natural phenomenon. Perhaps. I mean, it's an unknown phenomenon. We don't know much about it, but I could imagine that such things are created by some sort of whirlwind or whatever, something related to the changes in the atmosphere or the hole in the ozone layer, whatever. I mean, it's just shots in the dark, but at least you're not you're not just out of your. I mean, that's something you could make hypotheses about.
Sure.
Then there are the formations with the rings and the circles and the bars. These started to appear for the first time in 1990. These actually seem to be quite simple, particularly if you look at them now. It's nothing compared to what we find in the fields in the south of England today.
Right.
But these are very clearly highly intelligent. They contain mathematical theorems which are hidden inside the pictograms. It's not like they're obvious, but you have to perform a mathematical analysis.
Oh.
And then you find that although it just looks like a few circles with a simple ring around it, there are certain proportions and ratios in these formations which are incredibly complicated. Sometimes it takes an entire winter to figure one of these things out.
All right, we're going to pick up exactly there, Professor, when we get back. We're at the bottom of the hour already. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Well, all right, let's think about this a little bit. Mathematical formulas. Now, I think a lot of us understood that some of these circles were fractal in nature. But obscure mathematical formulas. Now, if you're Doug or Dave, not going to probably be laying out an obscure mathematical formula in a crop circle. You are a college student, you might think about laying out an obscure mathematical formula, but I mean, really, you're going for the visual here. So why bother going for the obscure mathematical formula? That part is kind of interesting, Professor. What do you think about that?
Well, that's exactly the right way you're phrasing it. It's in fact, I would think if you make these things, then you do it because of the visual effect, and making a few circles in the field is a great joke. I mean, I can imagine that. I mean, I could do it myself. You know, I can imagine that it's exciting and everything. But the difference between making a few circles and a few rings, or making it in such a fashion that you get these incredibly complicated, I repeat, incredibly complicated mathematics hidden in it, is a big difference, because all of a sudden you have to know exactly where you are in the field with respect to the edges of the field, with respect to the trend lines, you know, the tracks of the... you have to know exactly where one circle is located with respect to the other, within an accuracy of a few inches or less. And it makes things so much more complicated, and it will be so much more effort. And then you wonder who will ever figure this one out, because this is not something that is an obvious analysis to do. Once you have these formations, you have to find someone who will spend time and actually perform a careful measurement. That doesn't happen most of the times. Then somebody has to take all the data home, sit at his desk and work out all the mathematics. The chances that it happens actually are quite small, because, for example, we've had several hundreds of these formations in the last couple of years in the Netherlands, and I've analyzed only 4 or 5 of them or so far, because it just takes so much time.
Well, so you're saying that this aspect of it as well, then, is just a great big mystery.
I think it's very peculiar, and it's also something that most people don't know about. I'll give you an example. We had a formation in 1997 in the Netherlands, and it consisted of a circle in wheat with 3 surrounding rings, and these 3 rings were concentric, and they were increasing in diameter. There was something like one was 20 feet, one was 25 feet, one was 30 feet. That was what it looked like, and they all seemed to have the same width. So we performed the measurement. We exactly measured all the diameters, and then you find that actually these 3 rings around the circle did not have the same width. They were slightly different. One was like 1 foot, and the other one was 1 foot and a few inches, and the third one was 1 foot and minus a few inches, something like that. And we also found that they were not equidistant, but the distances were all a little bit different. So you draw out your scale diagram very accurately on the computer at home, and then you just try looking at it and trying out some things. And there actually are some theorems, some of these geometrical theorems that have been formulated earlier. And then you find, for example, that in between the central circle and the first ring, if you can imagine, you can draw a triangle, and it's an equilateral triangle, and it fits perfectly in between the central circle and the first ring, right?
Yes.
And it's a perfect fit. And that's sort of a theorem that was defined in 1990 by Dr. Gerald Hawkins from Boston University. He figured that one out, because it happens all the time. Anyway, that's sort of giveaway. But then you look at the first ring and the second ring, because there's a space in between those as well. And you try to fit another triangle, it doesn't fit. However, you can fit a square, a regular square in between the two. Well, you get the triangle 3, square 4, so the next is 5, right? Pentagon.
Yeah.
So you try to fit a pentagon in between the second and the third ring, and there's a perfect fit as a pentagon.
Oh my God.
And you look, hey, that is interesting. Now I understand why those distances were not all the same, because otherwise you couldn't have a triangle, a square, and a pentagon.
All right. Is there any way to mathematically calculate the probabilities of that being?
Oh yes, you can. Actually, it wasn't over yet, because you go 3, 4, 5. What's next? 6, right? So you draw a hexagon around the entire formation. There's no fourth ring, but you can still draw the hexagon around the entire thing. And then if you take the hexagon, you can make actually sort of a Hebrew star out of it, right? If you connect all the points, you get through 3 triangles that cross one another.
Yeah.
This Hebrew star makes another hexagon in the center, and that exactly encloses the second circle again. Well, it took me 2 years to figure them all out. I mean, sometimes it takes some time because you lose your inspiration or whatever. Anyway, after 2 years, I found that, in fact, all the inner and outer boundaries of all these 3 rings, including the center circle, were all connected with simple, basic geometrical figures. There was the triangle, the square, the pentagon, the hexagon, was an other pentagon and a pentagram. And they all connected these edges with respect to one another, as if all these rings were just defined by the diameter of the central circle only. And then, in fact, you get these two guys, and there was actually an article in the newspaper. Two guys said, "Hey, we did that one. We made it. We went home. We had a few drinks in the bar. We saw the crop field. We were talking about crop circles, and we said, well, let's go home. Let's get some ropes and let's make a crop circle."
I take it you don't buy that.
Of course not, because then if you go to like you said, you calculate the probability of chance that they would make a design that would fulfill all these conditions. The probability is about 1 to 46 million.
1 to 46. Yeah, I was going to ask you, what are the chances it's the 100
that means
monkey
you
thing?
would have to do this 46 million times before you have one formation that would reasonably fit these conditions. So, when I read in the newspaper, I got in touch with these guys and I asked them, how did you do this? And they didn't know what it's all about. And then they told me, well, it was just a joke, blah, 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 blah. But that is not published in the newspapers, of course.
Now, they told you their claim was a joke, is that correct?
Well, first they said they did it, and then afterward, when they were talking to me, they said, well, no, we didn't. There was actually somebody else said they did it. We didn't do it. And then you just, it's sort of, that was 2 years after the fact. So, then you asked who the guy was, who didn't know. And see, it's very easy to say that you made a crop circle. That's an easy thing to do, and it easily happens. And I've had many cases where reportedly a formation was made by man, but then when he tried to find these people, because we were interested in how they did it and so on, it just turns out to be a joke, or just one evening in a bar they just said they did it and they weren't serious and you shouldn't have misunderstood me and so on. Like I said, it's very easy to say you make crop circles. It's much more difficult to actually make one.
Well, as you know, there are people like Colin Andrews, a very prominent crop circle researcher, who says that he believes up to 80%. Once he was misquoted as saying all, but 80% he now says of crop circles are man-made. Do you think that is in the correct range or incorrect?
Well, it is hard to say. I have sort of an intelligent guess, and that is lower, but then again, that's based on what happens in the Netherlands. And I think that Colin Andrews' conclusion, although I haven't talked to him personally yet about it, is a little bit premature in the sense that I think it's based mainly on the crop formations in the south of England. And I think they are not representative for the phenomenon worldwide, because these things happen all over the world, in all countries.
All right, well, perhaps you could help us with this aspect of crop circles. It seems as though in Great Britain, where it sort of all began, they're becoming increasingly complex, whereas here in North America, ours resemble the first crop circles in Great Britain so long ago. Any thoughts on why?
Well, we have the same thing in the Netherlands. We're having formations very similar to the ones in Canada and America, and very similar to the ones in many other countries. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if many of the complex formations in the south of England are man-made. I mean, it's not the complexity of the formations that really puzzles me. Sometimes it does. Like we have had occasions last year in England, these huge crop formations. They're so big and they're so complicated. And if you look at the the way they are designed, the mathematical constructions, it's so complicated and it's so strange that you wonder, well, why would you go through all this trouble to do it? But then it's not just the complicated designs that puzzle me. In theory, I think that even the most difficult and intricate ones could have been made by man if they had the right drive and, the right education and the time and the money and also to do it. But in many cases, I don't believe it is made with planks and ropes, as they always want you to believe. We know that these simple formations, the one with the circles and the rings, and it looks like we have indications that even the ones with the bars can be made without walking in the fields. That's sort of a clear thing. The people don't walk in the field. I'll come back to that later. So it seems like there's some sort of high-tech method that allows you to make crop circles, and you do it without walking in the fields from a distance and with the involvement of heat. Well, if you can make...
Professor, the only people I know capable of that would be the military. Yours, ours, somebody's.
Perhaps, yes. Obviously, the military have been considered many times by many. However, I wonder why would they... first of all, why would they make these funny diagrams all the time? And secondly, why would they do it in areas where it's full of people? Why wouldn't they just do it somewhere in Siberia or somewhere in Alaska, somewhere where there's no people? Because it doesn't seem to be without danger. I mean, I don't think the crop circle phenomenon is really dangerous to you. But, however, we sometimes find many burn marks, including dead animals, dehydrated animals, that sort of stuff. So it looks like the heat and the forces that are involved actually can be hazardous to your health. So then I would wonder why they would take the risk and doing this in crowded areas full of people. I would imagine that they would prefer to do the work silently without anybody noticing.
Well, I agree. It's just like animal mutilations. I always was unable to figure out what our government would need with some farmer's cow. Same idea.
Exactly. Yes. I mean, yeah, sure. You would just buy one in that case.
Yeah, plenty of cows available.
Perform your experiments rather than doing it this way. And the same applies to these crop circles. So the military, I know the military are interested. Obviously, I mean.
Well, they better be.
Yeah, I think so. And it's easy to tell. Whenever the crop circles, you always see military airplanes flying around, and I think that's a logical thing. But I wonder if they are involved. I mean, they might, but then it's probably something like the mass psychology experiment rather than something else.
Well, our government's position on this sort of thing, Professor, is to generally poo-poo it. What about in the Netherlands?
They poo-poo it, yes.
Oh, they do.
It's the same. It's the same here. It's the same everywhere, I think. The official statements always are like that. Unofficially, it seems like there is interest, in fact. But officially, it's just considered one big joke. And often they say, well, it has been proven a long time ago and many times that they are all man-made. And that is just not true.
Well, I know that military guys absolutely hate it when their airspace is violated and they don't know it.
Obviously. Yeah, obviously. They better, yeah.
Yeah, they better. That's right.
So, no, there is something strange going on. I'm absolutely 100% convinced of that.
All right. In your opinion, Professor, is there any sort of message to be realized within the crop circles?
Well, that's a very difficult question because we don't even know how they're made. But, well, let's just brainstorm a bit about that. Obviously, if you have these simple formations like I told you earlier about, the ones with the rings and the bars, and you find this hidden geometry in there,
yes, then
there's a very clear message, and that is we are intelligent.
Oh, yeah.
Sort of a universal language to express intelligence, right? If you have these circles that enclose triangles, squares, pentagons, that's like basic shapes out of geometry that are hidden in the pictogram. It's not drawn on the field; it's hidden inside. So obviously these things have been designed by an intelligent entity, so they are intelligent. And that message is, we are intelligent, we know what a triangle is, we know what a square is, we know what a pentagon is, and so on. It doesn't mean it cannot be man-made, of course, because man is also intelligent, right? But that's the message in those cases.
Yes, but that appears to be such an obscure message, Professor, that only somebody of your caliber would find it not exactly the sort of thing that you do for great public relations or a great public reaction.
Exactly. That is right. And I think that's where the beautiful, intricate symbols that you see in the south of England fit in. Those are the ones that also contain intelligence, clearly, because if you have these beautiful flowers and there's an 11-fold symmetry and it's all intricate and nice and fractal-like, obviously those formations have been made by some intelligent entity. But in those cases, the intelligence and the design is just very obvious. You know, it's very clear. It's sort of at first glance you see, whoa, that's a beautiful thing. That has been designed. That's not just made occasionally. You know, it's not a random pattern. So that's a different thing actually, and that is actually the sort of formation that I could imagine landscape artists would prefer to make. They make something that's beautiful, something which is nice to look at, something that attracts attention, something that old people like. So the message in those symbols is look how beautiful this is, how good I am at making crop circles. However, other people say that the message is actually not sort of how should I say this? It's not a message, sort of a language, in the sense that you have to decipher the elements of the compositions and look at the ratios and sort of try to translate that into characters or words or something like that. They say it's a communication attempt, many say by extraterrestrials or by some sort of supernatural entity, whatever. I mean, I'm just quoting others here. And they say that the message actually comes by simply looking at the diagrams, by just absorbing their shapes. So without thinking, just look at them like a sort of meditation symbol. Mm-hmm. And I mean, from a scientific point of view, obviously, there's not a lot you can say about that, because this is way far away from any scientific approach.
Well, it is, but so is walking into the middle of a crop circle, and even if it's a minor feeling, having something disturbingly different, feeling something disturbingly different.
Well, there is something about the designs that I've personally experienced. When I wrote my previous crop circle book, I made many black and white diagrams of these formations, particularly the ones we had in Holland. And so I had a huge collection of these things lying on my table. And actually, these were mainly these rings, bars, and circles types I told you about earlier. And they're weird. They sort of, you look at the symbols, and there is something strange. They're mystical. They're sort of, I don't know, it's slightly uncomfortable. On the other hand, it's just very comfortable. It's very strange. You know, they make you come back all the time. You just want to look at them again and again and again. You find yourself staring at the symbols all the time as if there's something in them. And then actually, I found that many times they're not very logical symbols. For example, you have two bars which are not at square angles, but slightly off, like 80 degrees, something like that. And there's a circle around a ring which is not concentric, but slightly off center. And then you wonder, why is that sort of an inaccuracy? Did these guys that made it in the field just, didn't they know how to work accurately? So then you sort of modify these symbols. You make all the lines square to one another, and you make all the rings concentric. So that's sort of a logical thing, the way you would think it would have to be. Then if you change them in this way, if you take out the slight irregularities, they completely lose this mystical character. They turn into cold symbols that really don't appeal to you at all. So it looks like there's a very intelligent design that sort of is in perfect harmony with the human perception of shapes or something like that. I don't know how to express it, but you have to experience it yourself.
Yes, but isn't it possible, though, Professor, that we're just talking about pure artistic appreciation? In other words, if you take the Mona Lisa and remove half her face, the effect is really ruined, right?
Oh, absolutely. The thing is, though, that this effect seems to be present in nearly all of the crop circles that have appeared ever since we record them, and that's in the order of 10,000 in the last 25 years or so.
10,000.
So if there are, in fact, 10,000 of these formations, and they all have these optical properties, obviously they cannot be designed by one single man. I mean, or made by one group of people. There must have been many people involved, right?
Course,
hundreds, thousands of people.
Absolutely.
So how come then that all these people master this art and can actually all these design the same style and the same mystical symbols that all have the same effect? I mean, if you ask 1,000 people to draw something on a sheet of paper, you get a huge collection of all different things, and they're all different, and you like some of them, you don't like many others of them, and so it's like, there's no structure in them. And this
Gee, Professor, you are, I was hoping for some answers. You are asking the best questions I've ever heard, and all you're doing is causing me to believe more and more that these crop circles are something that it is now important to understand, and you raised a million really good questions. Hold on right there. My guest is Dr. Eltjo Haselhoff, actually a relative of the Haselhoff, he told me just before our time, the one on Baywatch, a theoretical physicist with a background longer than 3 arms. Holy mackerel. Well, listen, we'll get back to him in a moment. I just want to call your attention to something and probably craft my own website. But a fellow, let's see, what is his name? Here we go, Toby Mack. A fellow named Toby Mack has made a flash animation to go with the song that Crystal Gale sang for me. Midnight in the Desert, and this is the most beautiful flash animation you've ever seen in your whole life. Midnight in the Desert, he calls it. And it does go with the song, and it's spectacular, and it's beautiful, and it's an 850K file. And so now calling your attention to it will probably cause the site to crash. If it does, go up there tomorrow and take a look, or the next day, but it really is beautiful. You can take a look at artbell.com. artbell.com and go to What's New. It's the second item on What's New. Flash animation, Midnight in the Desert. You've got to see this. Really cool stuff. Dr. Haselhoff will be right back. Once again, Professor Haselhoff, and as I was saying as we were going out of the last hour, you hope for answers. I understand that there are not answers to a lot of this, but you have raised so many really good questions, Professor, that how do you answer your own questions?
Well, sometimes I answer some of my questions, but typically when I answer one, I also invent 3 others, so it's sometimes a little bit frustrating. There are many questions, and interestingly, the crop circle phenomenon is very much underestimated in its complexity. If you read about it in the, in newspapers and magazines and so on, then usually it's a pretty simple story, and you could easily dismiss it then by just assuming that some people make some every once in a while. It's not that simple. There are many characteristics about the crop circle phenomenon that nobody's really aware of.
I would like to suggest to you, Professor, what one of my guests. I had a guest who was an airline pilot, very bright guy, and he claimed that he had deciphered crop circles using the following method. He simply made replicas of the crop circles in a circle, within a circle, and then he took them and spun them on like a turntable, an old 45 or 78 RPM turntable, and found that they assumed 3-dimensional characteristics.
Yes, there's a book actually by Doug Ruby that treats that approach. I don't know. See, the problem is there are so many crop circles. There are so many designs. There are so many different ways in which you can approach the designs and come up with some sort of meaningful explanation. It's hard to figure out if that's actually valid for all of them. It might very well be that some of the formations can be interpreted in that way, but there's so much variance. There's so many different types of formations that I think they are to be interpreted in many different ways, and perhaps this is one of them. Actually, I liked the approach. It was very, very original.
I did too, and I thought somebody like yourself might have followed up on it.
I have not. No, really. There are so many things to do. Really, sometimes I'm desperate. I'll tell you. I try to stick to the most basic things, and I just start at the very beginning and just go step by step without making too large jumps. So I'm actually at the interpretation of the basic symbols and at the biophysical anomalies in the crops, because those are extremely interesting.
All right. Are you able to either rule in or completely rule out extraterrestrial participation?
I'm afraid not. I'm always very brief in that one. There's no way to rule it out, obviously. Actually, I always say it's the simplest explanation, in the sense that if you would assume that these things are made by an extraterrestrial intelligence, it would just answer all the questions at once. You're done. I mean, it would answer every question you have. Clearly, if these aliens can make these things, they must be so advanced, and they can do anything, and they will probably reason in a way that I'm not even capable of doing. So I can't say anything at all, and that's actually where the discussion ends. I always think that if this is coming from outer space by some sort of advanced civilization, then probably it's going to be so complicated for my simple three-dimensional human brain that I might as well stop thinking about it. There's no reasoning, no conclusions I can reach. I mean, who says that an alien will reason like I do?
Well, another possibility, of course, is from another dimension. Now, people like yourself, theoretical physicists, are beginning to think real hard about many different dimensions. Is that not correct?
That is right, yes. And I think that if you approach the crop circle phenomenon, you have to stretch your thoughts, because it's not so simple. It might seem simple at a first glance if you're just confronted with it for the first time, but if you go into depth and if you really take the time to verify the things personally and just check it out yourself, you'll just find that it's not so simple. And you have to stretch your thoughts, perhaps even beyond the boundaries of mainstream science. And like I said, I'm making a living as a scientist, then I cannot allow to, I have to stay behind the fence that sort of stakes out mainstream science and metaphysics, whatever. So I know where the boundary is. But sometimes when I'm approaching crop circles, I'm just jumping over that fence and just sort of wandering around in the wilderness and see if anything happens. Most of the time it doesn't. But I mean, like I said, you have to stretch your thoughts.
Well, do any of your colleagues ever shout over the fence at you, "What the hell are you doing?"
Well, sometimes it happens, but usually, no, actually I don't have much problems. See, it's not that I'm trying to convince anyone or that I'm sort of defending crop circles as a mystery. It's not that I insist, I'm just asking questions. And as far as my colleagues cannot answer these questions, there's no reason to shout at me. See, it's as simple as that.
Well, I'm not an academic shout.
Well, I don't know. There are many valid questions you can ask, and actually, I'm not making many claims. I'm basically just asking questions, and the only claim I've made so far is that there is circumstantial evidence that these light spheres are involved in crop circle creation, and that's just a very straightforward experiment you can perform. It has been performed several times now, and we find linear relationships in node lengthening, which is an effect that we understand pretty well. It corresponds perfectly with the eyewitnesses that say that they see a ball of light flying over a field, heating up the crops and making crop circle. I don't understand how it flattens this thing, but I do understand how it heats the formation up, and that all makes perfect sense.
And what do you think of the odds that this plasma ball, which is said to be self-sustaining, they're discovering now, impossibly self-sustaining, would be the same lights that you're talking about?
Well, that's a very good hypothesis, really, and we know it is electromagnetic radiation. That is clear. So what comes out, that's why people see it, right? It's light. People see it as bright spheres, sometimes slightly amber color, sometimes whitish, but very bright. They say they're hot, so actually sometimes they can see the air tremble around them. And then, all of a sudden, this thing holds still, and underneath, the crop circle is made in just a few seconds.
Yes.
People then go in, and they say that the air is hot, and the soil is hot, and the crop is hot, everything is hot. Sounds like a ridiculous story. I mean, the first time you hear that, you say, well, okay, that's right, yeah? But actually, like I said, the circumstantial evidence, and we published a paper earlier this year in a scientific journal which sort of explains the theory, and it was accepted and published. So that sort of shows that the ideas are being accepted by the scientific community as well. It's not that strange, and it doesn't answer all the questions. Actually, it doesn't answer any question. It just creates more questions, like you just said. But it is something that we can actually accept now as being the truth. So that's an interesting platform to make your next steps from.
Well, since the plasma balls defy conventional physics, is there not going to be a time quite soon when physicists are going to have to begin saying, well, gee, maybe there's more to the world than we understand. There are rules at play here that we have not discovered yet.
Yeah, well, that is a question that divides physicists into at least two different groups, and I tend to consider myself as part of the group that actually recognizes that the physics that we use is it's just a model. It's just our own thoughts, right? I mean, physics is not the reality. Physics is a technique to structure your thoughts. It's like self-defense, which is a technique to defend yourself. It doesn't mean that reality obeys physics. It's more like we're having all these perceptions of things happening around us, and we have invented these mathematical models, and they sort of structure our thoughts and allow us to predict certain perceptions again. But that's just all in our own minds. It doesn't mean that the universe is actually like that. So it's very difficult it's impossible to say then that the universe or whatever you're seeing should obey those laws. Most of the times they do, because there's been generations of scientists figuring this all out, right? And continuously adapting all these methods. But I think it's a mistake to consider the universe or reality or whatever you want to call it with the mathematical models that we invented. Those are two completely different things.
Yes, but science is very stubborn in this area, and Professor, there are many people like yourself who have developed careers by writing papers that rely on standard physics, and they've received monies from governments and other institutions based on the credibility of those papers, and if it turns out to be something altogether different, they're going to have a hard time changing their mind, aren't they?
That is right, and that's why I'm not making money with my crop circle work. That's just a hobby. No, you're right. That is true, and actually, it's not a bad thing as well, because if all scientists would just do whatever they think feels good, I don't think it would be a good thing. I mean, it's good to be traditional and to stick to certain rules in science. It's like playing a game. I always say you have to stick to the rules, right? If you're playing baseball, you cannot hit the ball with a tennis racket. It's just against the rules, so you shouldn't do it. Right. It doesn't mean that when you play tennis very well, you can't play baseball, right? But you have to know what you're doing at the time. On the other hand, scientists tend to forget that most of the great brains in the past, guys like Max Planck and like Erwin Schrödinger and Albert Einstein, these people were very unconventional thinkers. The ideas they created, they generated, were actually very much against the mainstream thoughts that were valid in those years. And obviously, because it turned out that they were right after all, they've become famous, and their work is appreciated, and their thoughts and their ideas have been accepted as mainstream science. But when they first came up with these ideas, they were not at all accepted right away. So it sort of takes a paradigm shift whenever these new ideas are born. So it means that it's important to stick to the rules and to stick to the traditions and to not reach premature conclusions. On the other hand, the only way to make progress, and it has been demonstrated millions of times, thousands of times at least in history, in scientific history, it's to sort of basically forget everything you ever learned and just make a wild leap, into the darkness and see if there's anything out there.
Yes, it's the wild leaps that account for the giant leaps in technology we generally have. Your book is called The Deepening Complexity of Crop Circle Scientific Research and Urban Legends. I assume it's in English and available, Amazon.com and so forth, right?
That is right. It's in English, and it's available all over the United States and Canada and the rest of the world.
Okay, good. We have a lot of people. As a matter of fact, through my website, they can order the book. What did you endeavor to do in the book? Did you do as you're doing here tonight and raise such serious questions throughout?
Well, I did it in a more structured way than I'm doing it tonight, I think, because when you write it down, it's easier. But the intention of the book is to show that the crop circle phenomenon is not so simple. like I said, the phenomenon is very much underestimated by many people, and it's very difficult to get reliable and falsifiable information that you can verify yourself by simple photographs and just with references and so on. So what I tried to do is write a book. It's a popular scientific book, meaning it's not hard to understand really, but it's based on scientific articles and on solid Western scientific reasoning. There's hardly any or no speculation in this book. I did it on purpose because I want to have good arguments that demonstrate to people, listen guys, there's something happening and it's a worldwide phenomenon. And although many people say it's just a hoax, there are very strange things going on, and I can prove it. I can show it to you. Look at this photograph. Look at this other photograph. Look at that. Look at this reference. Look at this script. Sometimes it's just very clear. Let me give you one example. In 1997, we had a formation in a carrot field in the west of the Netherlands. Carrots, and this formation from the airplane looked very strange. It was sort of irregular ellipse and an irregular square, and there were some crosses drawn through it. It wasn't like the ones you see in the south of England, but it was very clear an imprint in a carrot field. So we went down, and we had a hard time finding this place because it was completely way out in the wilderness. After 2 hours, though, we found it, and we found that this formation was actually made in carrots. The carrot leaves all seemed to be cooked. All the leaves were like of a fresh green color. However, inside this imprint, this large ellipse, they were all dark green. They were all like floppy, lying against the ground, all flattened. But the weird thing was that this ellipse was divided in two halves. In one half of the ellipse, all the carrot leaves were directed towards the west. The other half of the ellipse, they were all directed toward in the opposite direction, all towards the east. So were like combed in two halves. At the imaginary boundary line in between these two halves, there was an entire row of carrot plants who had one half of the leaves in one direction, the other half of the leaves of the same plants in the other direction, and in the center a little tuft of upstanding carrot leaves. And that is, when you're standing there,
that's impossible.
And the strangest thing is that these carrot leaves are planted in sort of long ridges. They sort of plow the earth in long ridges, and the earth is very soft. There's no way you can walk there without leaving imprints of at least 1-2 inch deep.
Professor, that would be like an electromechanical scalpel.
Something like that. It is so strange, and you don't need to be a rocket scientist to conclude that nobody has been walking around in that formation, because try stepping on carrots. Try walking on carrot leaves. You can't do that without leaving imprints. And nevertheless, the entire floor was covered with carrot leaves, but they were all intact. There was not a single trace of mechanical damage. Nobody had been walking in that field, very clearly.
What about residual effects measured? Radiation, I've heard of electrostatic charges being measured in these fields. What do you know about that?
That is right. People tend to monitor these formations with electrostatic voltmeters. Personally, I believe, I've never done it myself because I think it is a very difficult experiment to perform. Because if you're particularly in the summertime, when you're in a wheat field, there's a tremendous amount of electrostatic energy anyway. There's these dry sort of straw-like stems. There's the wind blowing over it. There's all the atmospheric things. I can imagine if you measure electrostatic potential, you will always measure something, and it will be very difficult to distinguish anything unnatural from the chaos of electrostatic energy that's around everywhere.
All right, Professor, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour once again, so we'll take a quick break. In this case, it was many, many times normal background. Sometimes speaking with a theoretical physicist is like talking about, or actually considering, the sound of silence. Consider the sound of silence. There is no real such thing, as far as we know, as the sound of silence, or is silence in itself a sound? Kind of like that, speaking with the professor. The consideration of adjacent dimensions would fit into that category, and I want to touch on that tonight as well. Also, his work with magnetic resonance. I want to talk about that a little bit as well. Lots to talk about. We'll get to it. Back to it in a moment. Once again, Professor Haselhoff, all the way from the Netherlands, a pretty good connection at that. Professor, I am later this week going to interview another theoretical physicist, Dr. Michio Kaku of New York City, or of City of New York University. And he has talked to us some great bit about other dimensions. I wonder what your view is of this whole concept of other dimensions.
Well, I've never personally done any solid research in that concept. On the other hand, in the many years that I've been walking around in crop circles, I've met many people that came forward with stories that seem to be connected with other dimensions. I'll give you a few examples. There is, for example, there's one person I met. He went to Mexico, and he liked to do meditation, that sort of things. And at a certain point in Mexico, there were specific spots where he could actually meditate and get visions of what he called another world. He said there was another world. I could see pyramids. Mm-hmm. They were colored pyramids. I could see a sky. It was very real, and it was only in those specific points, and those were considered to be strong, energetic places, whatever. Anyway, then he came back to, he lived in Germany actually, he came back to Germany, and there were some crop circles over there, and he paid them a visit. And he told me that as soon as he entered these crop circles, he got the same feeling. So he sat down, he meditated, and he said, I saw the same world. This time he also saw people. He saw actually people walking around. He saw pyramids again, landscapes, skies, and so on, but only when he was inside these crop formations. If he tried to do the same thing outside of formations, it just didn't work. He couldn't get into that same state. There are many other people who told me similar stories. There are actually many people who are not gifted, if you want to call it that way, who say that whenever they are inside a crop circle, they feel like somebody is watching them. And actually it happens to me as well. Whenever I'm there, I'm all by myself. There's nobody around. Yet you feel like as soon as you enter the thing, there's this feeling that somebody's standing beside you, standing behind you, something like that.
Oh, yes.
It's a feeling that I know as well. I don't know. I mean, if it's true what these people say, if this is really truthful, then it has been suggested that these crop circles are actually sort of gates between our world and another world, another dimension, or perhaps these formations actually are made from that other dimension, or the crop circle is sort of a boundary of, it's a point where these two different worlds touch or whatever. Or very speculative, of course.
Well, all right. And then let's keep speculating. Is it not possible then that the electromagnetic radiation, whatever it was used to depress the crops in whatever manner we're talking about here, leaves a residue of a sort that allows this cross sort of door of communication?
Well, yes, actually, I was sort of thinking perhaps this energy actually comes from that dimension, because as far as I can see it now, based on mainstream physics, there's just a tremendous amount of energy coming from nowhere. Not our world, right, because all of a sudden it's there. And like I said, the plasma balls theory, I can understand plasma balls, but these things have tremendous amount of energy, so it has to come from somewhere. Who knows? These things are just made from that other dimension. Mm-hmm. There are actually many interesting reports. There are thousands of them. One interesting report is that, one hypothesis is that, in fact, these crop circles only appear on boundaries between different dimensions. And because of that, it allows you to sort of peek into that different dimension and have a look in the other world if you're capable of doing that. But also, it seems to induce disturbances in time and space. Well, I'm just going wild now, really. I mean, this is not mainstream science, right?
No.
It doesn't mean that you're not allowed to talk about it.
On my program, you're allowed to talk about it, believe me.
Good, thank you.
Believe me, you're allowed to talk
these time disturbances have been reported many times. I mean, I know many people say that their watch is going slow inside crop circles. And obviously, when you're a scientist, you say, hey, I mean, what sort of watch have you got? I mean, did you check the battery? Yes, I did, but and you feel, I mean, if your watch is slow when you're sitting in your car, you just have it replaced. You get a new battery, you buy a new watch. When you're in a crop circle, you say, whoa, this has been the circle powers doing this. I mean, that's your scientific approach. However, when it starts happening to you, to myself in this case, you sort of change your mind slightly because, hey, this is the 4th time in the last month that I'm in the crop circle and my watch is 15 minutes slow. So that is strange. It happened many times. Photographic gear acting up, all sorts of weird things, and always only the days that I was inside the crop circles. There is actually one very interesting case. It was described in a book by Andy Thomas. He is a British crop circle researcher. It's a photograph of a crop circle taken from ground level. So you're seeing some trees and the field, and you're seeing that imprint, and you're seeing some people walking around in a formation. The interesting thing is, though, that inside the crop circle, it seems to be a double exposure because you see the same people twice. But it's not a double exposure at the same time. It's not like a reflection or something on the lens because all the people are standing in slightly different poses. It's like the photograph was made twice with an interval of about 1 second or so. That is very strange. However, it only appears at the position where the crop circle is. If you look at the horizon, you see that all the trees straight above the crop circle are actually twice in the photograph. However, towards the edges of the photograph, the photograph is perfectly normal. So there's an area around the crop circle where everything seems to be photographed twice at 2 different moments in time. But it's not a double exposure because in that case, the entire photograph would have been like that, right?
All right, so it's it's an anomaly only consistent with the area of the crop circle.
Yeah, it's like 2 different moments in time sort of merged into one single moment at the time that the shutter of the camera opened. It was the strangest artifact I've ever seen.
Do you possess that photograph?
I don't possess it, but I know the guy who has it. And there's actually a copy in Andy Thomas's book of this photograph. It's a very well-known case.
I sure would love to lay my hands on that. I'm sure somebody will send me a copy of the photograph.
I'll send you an email.
Oh, please.
And I'll tell you all about it. I will, promise.
Please do. artbell@mindspring.com. All right. Then this will be an easy jump for you. It says here you were senior clinical scientist at in the magnetic resonance marketing department of a leading provider of medical imaging equipment, where you specialized in the use of MR in the battle against heart disease. Now, I have had all of these strange stories. I want to just give you a brief idea of what I've had, Professor, of people who work in magnetic resonance clinics, and they have told me, some on the air and some off the air, Professor, that they have seen really weird things that they will not talk about with their bosses in and around MRI machines, very large MRI machines. They have seen entities. They have seen things that they refuse to talk about because they'll get fired. Does that surprise you?
Actually, well, after being in crop circles for 13 years, there are a few things that surprise you, I'll tell you that. So now that you tell it to me, no, it doesn't surprise me. On the other hand, I must admit that I have not seen many strange things, but perhaps that because I'm not behind the MRI scanners all day, just occasionally, and I'm more like working from my desk. I know how to handle these machines, but I'm not an expert.
Yeah, these are the technicians.
Well, if they don't talk to their bosses, they probably don't talk to me as well. So the only thing that I have encountered several times is that they saw strange things inside human bodies, like a little perfectly cubic thing, which is pitch black, which is definitely there, which is a few millimeters, and it's right in the middle of his head.
That's right.
For example.
That's right.
That's sort of an implant, and nobody knows what it is. That has been mentioned several times, yes. I've seen some. Actually, sometimes people came to me because I'm in magnetic resonance, and they asked me if that could be an image artifact and so on. And the few ones I've seen were by no means image artifacts. I mean, these things were actually there.
They are. I've been through MRIs myself and had some interesting experiences because I was looking for them. I actually tried to have them after hearing the stories, and I'll be doggoned if I didn't have them. So, in other words, dimensional shifts or even time itself may be in some way involved with a large electromagnetic energy. I know there were experiments rumored years and years ago, the Philadelphia experiment, others that used electromagnetics and other energies to produce invisibility or time travel or something or another like that.
Yeah, I know. I've read the book. It's very fascinating, and it seems to be a branch of physics that started a long time ago, but that sort of was cut off or never really developed. It's very interesting, and like Philadelphia experiments, the things that you encounter around the crop circles seem to be related to that. But again, it's all very speculative, because most of the time it's just people telling something or having heard something. So there have not been performed carefully executed experiments. So from a scientific point of view, you have to be careful to reach conclusions. On the other hand, there are so many people coming forward with these reports that I don't think it's a good thing to just ignore it completely. And like I said, if these weird things start to happen to yourself, then it's sort of a paradigm shift. For me, it was. I've had, the photographic gear acting up. You know, that's typically something like a watch that needs a battery replacement. You just say, well, get another battery and stop talking about it. I've had one case, for example, where I came home and I developed my photographs. This was before the digital cameras. And all my photographs were overexposed. And I was very surprised, because I've been making photographs ever since I was 3. I mean, I never had such a trivial problem. And I had a good camera. So I said, well, what's wrong? I probably have my camera fixed, whatever. And then I found actually that there were 5 photographs out of the 36 that were properly exposed. And then I saw that those photographs were taken when I was standing outside the crop circle. I was standing in the field and making photographs of the crop circle from a distance. All the other ones, 31, were all overexposed, and those were taken while I was standing inside the crop circle. So I separated these two groups, and then I noticed that some of the photographs were very much overexposed, and those were the ones that I took close to the soil, like close-up photographs of earth crumbs and that sort of stuff, bent stems, and those were much more overexposed than the ones that I took while I was standing up. And not a single one was missing, do you know what I mean? That is just very peculiar. That's very strange. Actually, I don't have any explanation for it whatsoever, because it cannot have been radiation or something that's sort of going right through the body of my camera, because in that case, all the photographs should have been destroyed, right? But it must have come through the shutter of the camera, stronger when you're close to the ground. And I mean, it baffled me, really. I still don't. Sometimes I just have a look at the photographs and, you know, a deep sigh, and then they just go back in the...
Well, again, though, Professor, I asked the same thing. I'm going to ask the same thing all over again, and that is, somebody like yourself, a scientist, somebody who depends on physical explanations for things. When he finds something he doesn't understand, a scientist proceeds in a specific way to understand it, but these things are so far out of the ability of anybody to understand them, it must be, particularly for a scientist, extremely frustrating.
Well, frustrating is... it's partially frustrating. On the other hand, it's very interesting as well, because not understanding something is the force that keeps scientists going. You know, it's your gasoline. If you understand everything, you just stop working. So it's sort of the drive is really, the drive comes from not understanding, and that's why I've been going on with this for 13 years now. And it takes me lots of time. I'm not always having a great time.
Right.
Can you imagine when there's a summer season here, we have many formations, and people call you, and there's something interesting, and it's a 200 miles drive, and my family is at home. So I said, well, sorry guys, do you mind if I go? No, you go. And you just go there, and it's raining, and it's cold, and you're in this muddy field, and you're performing measurements of these formations, and it's cold, wet, you're far away. You just spend, we pay lots of money for gas in this country. A gallon of gas is, $10. It's very, very expensive.
Wow.
And you say, well, what's the point? What am I doing here? You feel like a fool sometimes. You're muddy, you're wet, you're cold, you're not spending time with your family. And why are you doing this? Probably some farmer's son is having a tremendous laugh. He's seeing me here standing in this field performing measurement with a tape roller. He must have the day of his life. So it's sometimes that is frustrating. On the other hand, then when you come back and you work out all your measurements and you find these things, for example, with things I explained earlier with the triangles and the squares, that makes your day again, and that keeps you going. And you say, why on earth did they do this? And when you're standing in this carrot formation and you're just seeing all these carrot leaves so delicately flattened against the soil, and it's so clear that nobody had set foot in that formation. When you're seeing a circle in a frozen field, there's all of a sudden there's a huge circle and a cross in a snow-covered field, and all the snow is gone, and there are no footprints except your own. I mean, that's what keeps you going, and that's sort of what makes it up for all the days that you were sort of spending your money on gasoline and being cold and hungry. And
well, speaking of being cold and hungry, crop circle research usually doesn't send the kids to college, so I assume that's why you decided to write the book.
No. Like I said, I have a job in industry, and crop circles is just one of my hobbies. So the book was actually written because I felt there was a need. It is frustrating when you read about crop circles in popular magazines and journals and newspapers, and you're just seeing that what's written down is simply not true. Claims are made that are false. Very important information is not mentioned. That's sort of frustrating. And whenever I talk about crop circle with friends, obviously they ask me about it. Sometimes I lecture. People ask me to come and give a presentation. Everybody goes, well, how come we don't know about this? I mean, this is all so clear. This is all so incredible. And how is it possible that we don't know about this? And that was actually the reason for me to write the book. Sort of, I think that if something is happening that is interfering with our crop fields, something is going on. It's very real, and nobody understands what it is. And some people just say, oh, it's just some jokers with garden rollers.
Well, all right, here's a good question for you, Professor. How much evidence is there that these, whatever this is, actually is aimed at crops? There's some indication that these circles have appeared in ice, they've appeared in dirt, they've appeared in other areas where they would be visible, just not noticed so much.
Yes, that is correct, actually. Obviously, the ones in crops are much more reported because if there's a formation in a wheat field, the farmer will find it the same day because they usually check the fields, right, to see if there's any damage.
Yeah, or a pilot.
If there's a formation in snow, like we've had several in snow and ice, and in Canada there have been several snow and ice formations. They may not last very long because just when the snow melts, they're gone. We're having many formations in grass, for example, in the Netherlands. Except that a circle in grass will last about 1 or 2 days, and then the grass is very strong. It will just lift itself up, and you can't see it anymore. It's more difficult to see as well, or the cows will eat it. Formations in sand probably only last a few minutes because just a little bit of wind will just blow them away.
Right.
Except the ones in cereal crops will last for weeks or even months.
All right, Professor, we are at the top of an hour, and I've got to ask you whether you want to stick around and answer a few questions from the audience.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
Oh, good. All right, in the meantime, you're listening to Professor Haselhoff all the way from the Netherlands, and we'll get back to him and your questions coming up in just a moment. I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. Once again, Professor Haselhoff, and we're going to phones here in a moment. Professor, when we began the interview, you said it was 8 o'clock or something like that in the morning. The sun hadn't come up because of how far north you are. I wonder what time it is. What time does your sun come up there?
Around 9, basically, but it's still very dark because it's not very high up. It's light out now. It's 10:15, and it's light, but it's overcast, so it's dark anyway.
So it's a long, dark, cold winter in the Netherlands.
Yeah, it's not the best time of the year.
Do you spend much time in the States?
I come to the States quite often, yes, a couple of times a year for my regular work.
Okay. All right. Very good. All right. Well, then, here come a few questions. Let's see what we've got here. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Professor Haselhoff. Where are you, please?
Yes, sir. Florida?
Florida. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. Good evening. Actually, good morning, Professor. I've got a kind of remark. Maybe you can, if I can get your ideas on it. And I believe Einstein touched something about the subject, striking similarities between quantum physics and Buddhism. And I will get off the line. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. So, in other words, quantum physics and indeed some sort of mental discipline like Buddhism or some form of concentration, beginning to see a meshing of these Professor?
Well, there is actually one Dutch researcher who has a theory that connects quantum physics with crop circles. And it's very complicated, and I must admit I don't even understand it entirely myself, and by no means I could explain it on the phone here, but there have been thoughts in that direction. And as far as Buddhism goes, I do know that several crop symbols that have appeared are in fact being used as meditation symbols, as sort of spiritual cleaning mechanisms to clean the inside of your spiritual body, if you want to call it like that. So yeah, there is actually I think that most people that are interested in crop circles are interested from a spiritual way rather than a scientific way. I mean, the number of scientists are we're not many.
Well, all right, then this would be a pretty good question, I guess. I guess it's no great mystery now that ecologically we're in some trouble in the world. There are some people who relate to the crop circle phenomena somehow to what's going on with ecologically with the world. Any thoughts on that?
Well, I think, if there is a message behind crop circles, and even if there isn't, I think the best way to interpret them is, in fact, to think about that. Because you're right, the crop circles make you think. They make people think. They make me think. And if you're looking at the phenomena, you're looking at the symbols, you're seeing that something is happening on a worldwide scale. There's one appearing basically every day in the last 25, 30 years. Then it makes you think about who we are, what we're doing here, how are we doing it. It makes you reconsider the important things in life. So if there is a message, I wouldn't be surprised if it is in fact connected to that, and that would be a good thing, because obviously we need to do something, don't we?
We indeed need to do something. The wildcard line, you're on the air with Professor Haselhoff. Hello.
Hello, this is David. I'm calling from Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Yes, sir.
I'm wondering if perhaps we may be viewing the crop circle phenomenon backwards, literally backwards. From the very beginning, we have seen crop circles become more and more complex. And I'm wondering what it would have been like if we could have seen the most complex first, and then gradually work our way down to the most simple. And I'm wondering if there's any understanding to come out of this, if there could be understanding by viewing it this way. It would be like looking into a mirror.
I don't understand the psychology of what you're asking. In other words, it seems to me that from the simple to the complex is a tutorial intended to have you following along. The other way around wouldn't make sense.
Right, but it would be like looking into a mirror at handwriting. If it is from a parallel universe, it may be backwards.
Oh.
I'll hang up and I'll take your comments off the air. Thank you, Art.
You're very welcome. All right, Professor?
Actually, that's a very interesting thought. I've never thought
Yes.
along those lines. I'll try to do some homework, I guess. There's one thing I can say, though, and that is that actually two things. In the first place, if we would have had a formation like the famous face that appeared last August in Chilbolton in England,
Yes.
it actually was sort of a pixelated photograph of a human-like face. If that would have happened 25 years ago, I don't know. It would have caused a major chaos, panic worldwide. I mean, that would have been a thing. Today, interestingly, in fact, we seem to be in sort of an process, and when we just get used to the things, it started simple, and then every year you need a better formation to be impressed at the same level as the year before. There hasn't been a single year in which the best crop circle of that year was less than the best crop circle of previous years. And every year the record is broken again.
Good point.
So it seems to be sort of something tries to make us used to something. That's actually what many people say. They say this is an attempt by extraterrestrials, and they just don't want to have us panic when they arrive, so they just make it better every year. At a certain point, we'll have crop circles just falling in front of our feet, while we're mowing the lawn, and we won't even be surprised anymore.
Well, all right, that's an interesting point. Here in America, in the commercial media, television and the movies, we have aliens, Professor, all over the place. I'm sure you've seen them here.
I know, it's the same over here.
Is it really? Is it the same in the Netherlands?
It is the same over here. We have, people are getting used to it. I mean, I'll tell you, there are photographs that I remember. For example, there's a photograph in 1996. It was the triple Julia set, they called it. It was 3 sort of spiraling arms made of circles. That's right. It was the most awesome crop formation that we'd ever seen. It was such an incredible thing. Now, 5 years later, if we look back at that photograph, it's like, what's that all? It's nothing compared to the last Milk Hill one, because it only had 196 circles. You're sort of getting, used to it. I mean, so it's a process, a slow process, a psychology process, and I don't think it would have worked out if it would have gone backwards. I mean, it would have caused major panic, and we would have panicked first, and then we would have lost all the attention.
Well, there was the Brookings report, Professor, which said that the group most disturbed by alien contact would be scientists. They would be absolutely flummoxed and upset. And I wonder if you believe that would still be true today. I've often wondered about that.
I know that, yes, well, that's already the case, I think. There are different types of scientists, and many scientists just refute to do anything with anything that's outside of this territory I mentioned before. They sort of see that as a sort of scientific heresy, and once you've had those sort of thoughts, they consider that as sort of a fatal disease. You can never be cured again. You're no longer considered a scientist, and so on. It's their good right to do that. I mean, it's their way of in seeing science. And mine is just different. Perhaps it's even better like that. It makes the world more interesting.
Science more interesting. All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Professor Haselhoff in the Netherlands. Hello.
Hello. Art?
Yes.
Okay. This is George from New Franklin, Missouri.
Okay.
Listen, this is just hypothesizing, but why couldn't a time traveler from the future be dimension shifting to prevent a paradox?
All right. Well, that's actually that's pretty wild stuff, but there is some reason to I suppose ask that question, whether these things could be. I've heard it said they could be markers by time travelers, or it could be in some way related to time travel. Not too far out, Professor?
Well, it's sort of a logical assumption. I've had several occasions where, in fact, by means of channeling sessions, exactly this was said. It was said that these are messages from the future, actually from humans. It's man-made, but it's not man from today. It's man out of the far future that are doing these things to establish something that we don't understand yet, but we will on the short term. The other interesting thing is that with the increasing technology, I mean, technology is increasing at a tremendous pace and it's going faster and faster all the time. You might say, well, how much longer before we can manipulate time? There are experiments that already indicate that we are able to do that. So let's wait another 100 years. Can we time travel in 100 years? Well, perhaps not. What about 1,000 years then? What about 1,000,000 years? What about 10 million years? I mean, eventually you could expect that you would, if it's possible to travel in time, that we will get there if we don't blow up the Earth before we arrive at that point, obviously. But, so in the far future it will happen, and then if we can go back, then, well, there must be traces of future activities today, right? So it's not a very strange thought. And that's really all I can say about it. Like, it's, again, very speculative, but it's an interesting line to have your thoughts.
All right.
Absolutely.
You mentioned if we don't blow up the Earth first. Again, I'm going to be interviewing Professor Kaku later this week, and it is his theory that there are different levels of civilization. After all, there must be life out there, and that there are different types of civilization, type 0, type 1, type 2, type 3, increasingly complex, able to control increasingly complex energies. And he suggested that type 0 civilizations rarely, if ever, very rarely, occasionally, but rarely, make it from type 0 to type 1. After the discovery of element 92, they generally destroy themselves more times than not. Would you agree with that?
Well, I'm not sure if I'm type 0, but I don't know. It's well possible. I mean, if you look at history in the last 10 years and compare that with history in the early 20th century,
yes.
Things have dramatically changed. And really, I'm not at all comfortable when I see what's happening around us. And, it's going non-linear in many respects. And, of course, I'm doing my best, and many others are doing their best, but it's just, it is tricky, It's, actually, it brings me to another thought that I got an email this morning from someone who said that in the Bible, there's the book of Revelations. It says that actually before the end of times and before the second coming of Christ, there will be signs on earth, signs in heaven, signs on earth, and actually say, hey, you've got the UFOs and the balls of light, and we've got the crop circles. I mean, signs of earth have arrived. Nobody can deny that, even if they're all man-made. The signs on earth are there, So, I don't know. Sometimes it's a scary thought, but it's a thought that we have to confront, I would say.
Well, it's interesting. I interviewed a national political leader, a religious leader the other night, and I asked him specifically if there these signs that we are seeing and the possibility of an alien landing or the sudden realization of alien presence, and it was his view that these would be absolutely would be demonic beings. So I thought for a long time, Professor, that before a little green guy could ever get to the bottom of the ramp of his spaceship, he'd be so full of lead, he'd never, he'd be killed so quickly.
Actually, this was suggested by one other person once during a lecture. After a lecture, somebody came up and he said actually that these crop circles are dark forces and they try to mislead us and everything. I don't know. Obviously, this is something you cannot argue about, or you cannot even reason about it. It's just all emotions, right? But I have the feeling that it's a gentle phenomenon. I mean, I've been in these things for many years. I've been in hundreds of crop circles. I've looked at them, photographed them. I never had that feeling. I actually always felt pretty good. It's interesting. It's friendly. People tend to be very friendly inside crop circles. Discussions that take place inside the crop circles are always very friendly, very calm. There's no difference between male, female, old, young, races, and so on. So they seem to have a good effect on people anyway.
So better than the lines at the grocery store.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Professor Haselhoff in the Netherlands. Hello.
Good evening. My name is Bart.
Okay, Bart, where are you?
And I'm calling from Victoria, British Columbia.
Okay.
I have two observations, one for you, Art, and one for your guest.
Sure.
The one to you, a few minutes ago you had an ad for the best radio. I got to tell you, Art, you, your hosts, co-hosts, your guests, and your audience are the best radio program in the world.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you.
I mean it. I've followed you for about 8 months now, and you've got me turned on.
That's very kind of you. Thank you.
An observation to your guest. I've noticed that I just turned into the program late, and there was a comment about the photographs being a little bit different. And one of the things that might be, I don't know who took the pictures or how the doctor came into possession of the pictures, but if somebody were using a three-dimensional camera, a 3D camera takes two pictures at the same time, and one picture is just slightly to the left of the other picture.
That's right, yes.
And that might account for what you're seeing, and if I, for the sake of argument, want to give you misleading information, I'll give you a picture taken on 3D, and I'll give you the left one and the right one and say that's inside the circle, and then take a normal picture with another camera outside.
But listen, I'm going to take your idea and run with a little bit. What an interesting thought, Professor. What if somebody were to, after what you've told me about this photograph you have, to go into a crop circle with a three-dimensional camera? I wonder then if the result might be the crop circle looking normal while the adjacent field would be distorted.
Yeah, that's a very good suggestion indeed. And actually, I've personally performed a couple of these experiments with no strange results, I must add. And it actually brings you right to the problem that many of the ideas you have are just difficult to do when you're not a full-time professional crop circle researcher with lots of funding. So I've done actually twice or three times. I made photographs with stereoscopic cameras.
Really?
Yeah. It's not a very hard thing to do. Actually, we're trying to photograph these light spheres because there are many photographs of these balls of light. And I think that in many cases there are simpler explanations. So, but if you can make a stereoscopic photograph and it appears in two separate photographs, and then you can actually not only conclude that the thing must have really been there, but you can also measure its size and its distance from the cameras and so on.
Well, that one photograph that you mentioned, I truly would like to put that on my website for everybody to see. So
I can arrange that. I will take care of that.
My email address is artbell, that's ARTBELL, at mindspring.com, and I would just dearly love to have that photograph. And the professor says he can arrange it. Now, that photograph taken shows a distortion, a doubling within the crop circle, which might be explained by a double exposure or any camera artifact or anything, except that everything else outside the crop circle is absolutely normal. And there is nothing conventional that I know of that explains that. So when I get a copy of that photograph from the professor, it will immediately go on my website. I'm Art Bell. Once again, all the way back to the Netherlands and Professor Haselhoff. You are related to the David Haselhoff we all know over here. In what way?
Well, that's what some people told me. Our family goes back a long way to the Middle Ages, and actually a few people in our family sort of tried to figure out the entire family tree from today to a long time ago. And I was told that there appears to be a branch that emigrated to the States 150 years ago or so, and that Mr. David Haselhoff is supposed to be one of the sprouts of that branch. But I never had my DNA checked and compared, and actually I never met the guy. So I don't even know if it's his real name, but there are rumors. And actually the name Haselhoff is... there are not many with that family name. It's sort of a strange family name. So. Well,
then I may get a message from him, and if I do, I'll pass on the information.
Thank you.
All right. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Professor Haselhoff, way over there in the Netherlands. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Where are you, sir?
Sunnyvale, California.
Sunnyvale. Okay.
I would like to know, Professor, if you've ever speculated that on whether an interdimensional event like this might be a crop circle creation would require something akin to the realization of virtual particles, which would require strong fields, which would explain all the weird phenomena, even leave some residual polarization or something that might explain the anomalies you experience.
I'm not sure, but I think that's what he's been saying, Professor.
Yes, although it has been, I repeat myself, speculative, obviously. See, the point is that it is very difficult to record the actual mechanism. I've never seen a crop circle being created myself, so I have to listen to what other people tell me. It is not something that you can actually perform in a controlled experiment to measure, like you could do with lightning or something. You know, when lightning is coming, it's sort of, you can wait for it. Crop circles just don't come on demand, so it's very difficult to gather your information. And the only thing that we can actually gather is the circumstantial evidence that's left in the fields after the formation has been created. And that's basically biophysical anomalies in the crops. Sometimes it's chemical disturbations, certain strange deposits. Sometimes it has been, sometimes it was actually radioactivity. So we do have some clues, but really very little to actually produce complicated models with so far. So we just have to continue and monitor all the events and all the data we can get.
There was, within the last couple of years, Professor, a very interesting case in Great Britain somewhere. I can't recall. Somebody had a video camera running and actually caught these balls of light, and then there was a resulting crop formation. They claimed instantly, and it was indeed there the next morning. Now, they caught all this on videotape. Are you aware of all of that?
Yeah, that was Oliver's Castle, and I think it was 1997, if I'm not mistaken.
There you are.
It was a six-fold snowflake-like formation, which was actually, the guy was there. He was having a night watch. Many people do, actually, in England. They just spend the night in the fields hoping to see a crop circle form. And this was one of them, and he woke up by a strange noise, and he saw balls of light flying around on the field below him. So he just grabbed his camera, which didn't work in the first place, but it was humid and sort of. So after a while, it started running, and while he was filming these balls of light, the crop circle appeared right while he was filming it. Obviously, this is a very controversial piece of footage, and I mean, obviously, because per definition, I would almost say, I had sort of similar event last summer. We were in a crop formation which consisted of 8 circles. We had seen we'd seen it from the airplane, from the aerial photographs. There were 8 circles there, and there had always been 8 circles. And we were there. We were taking samples and everything. We were 3 of us. And when we wanted to go away, my friend just wanted to make a last photograph from the tail of the formation. So he went all the way to the far end, and he saw that there was a 9th circle there, and it wasn't there when we entered the field. And that has been reported before by other people. I mean, crop circle people they're in the crop circle. They're actually taking measurements. They go home for lunch, come back 1 hour later, enter the same field, and there are 2 crop circles there in 1 hour, and it's huge and it's complicated. The thing is, if you hear these stories, it's just hard to believe, but that's a very natural human reaction. And even in this case, while I was there in the field, and we have the photographs we made photographs when we entered the field. There were 8 circles. You can check it out. When we left, there were 9 circles. Nevertheless, I still have this uncomfortable feeling like this can't be. I mean, somebody must have done it. I mean, there must, it's just something that your brain refutes to believe. So all I can do is present the facts, and I don't even have an opinion about it because it's just too strange.
This whole thing is too strange. All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Professor Haselhoff in the Netherlands. Hello.
Yes. Hello, Art. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm calling from Long Island, New York, and I have 2 quick questions for Professor Haselhoff. The first one being, has any infrared photography been used to probe the crop circles? The second being, has any detection equipment been used to look at subatomic particles?
All right, Professor?
The answer to the first question is yes. There have been infrared photographs made, and they clearly indicate that crop circles are warm after they are created, and the heat remains there for a long time. And you can actually measure heat with quite sensitive equipment. So many hours you can still see it's warm. And that is something you could figure that one out because there are all these burn marks inside of formations. There are dehydrated plants usually. Most of the times there are just very strong dehydrated characteristics of all the plants inside of formations. So we know that heat is involved. That's why the snow melts as well. Subatomic particles, not that I know of. The only experiment I know of was performed a couple of years ago where they actually were looking for radioactivity. And they took several samples from the soil inside the formation, and they found an entire spectrum of non-natural radioactivity, which all sort of short-living isotopes, which could have been produced from what you call heavy hydrogen. If you excite it with an energy of about 1 mega electron volt protons, well, that's a lot of energy, and that could sort of induce a atomic chain reaction that could, in principle, produce most of the elements that were found. A very strange finding indeed, but that's the only thing I know of as far as subatomic or atomic research has been.
It's interesting. Before I brought you on the air tonight, Professor, I was almost sure that you were going to tear into the credibility of those who claim these things about crop circles, and you haven't done that at all. In fact, if anything, you have raised more questions, significantly more questions, than most of the researchers that I've had on the air have ever raised.
Well, I think that is the only, well, no, I think that's not the only good approach, but I think it's the good approach. The question about crop circles that you should ask, I don't think is, are they man-made or not? Because if you ask that question, then, the discussion is apt to go like, well, are they man-made or not? If they are not man-made, and it's clearly intelligence that makes it. If they're not man-made and they are intelligence, who makes them? Well, animals, no, obviously. So what else? Well, the only thing that's left is actually aliens or some sort of superdimensional entity. And that's just a sort of uncomfortable discussion for many people because it takes you so far away from the simple human three-dimensional reasoning that you cannot be sure of anything you say, right? So actually what you should do, I think, personally, is ask the question, how are crop circles made? I think that's the good question. How are they made? And then someone says, well, you just take a rope and planks and you just walk a circle. And then you say, well, how come there are no footprints in the carrot field? How come there are no footprints in the snow-covered field? How come there's dehydrated plants? How come there's growth anomalies in the seedlings of the seeds you take out of the crop circles? How come there's no lengthening in trees? All these are very concrete, simple observations, reproducible. You can measure it. You can just go back to the crop circle, perform the experiment again. And you cannot answer these questions by assuming that it's just done with garden rollers.
All right.
Anyone who says it's garden rollers should at least address these aspects of the formation.
Sure, I agree with you. All right. In Alaska, we have a project called HARP, which is an ionospheric heater. In your part of the world, and a few others, there are also, not many people know this, very similar projects throwing immense amounts of energy into the ionosphere in a focused manner. There are some people who believe these types of experiments could be responsible, possibly, for this kind of phenomena. What do you think?
Well, perhaps for a part of it, it's hard to tell. See, the heating part is actually the straightforward thing. The heat, I could imagine that you can heat up a piece of crop from a long distance. However, the recent developments indicate very clearly that the heat is coming from a close distance. The heat is coming from order of 10, 20 feet above the soil.
Oh, that's really? In what way, Professor, is that determination made?
Well, imagine it's this node lengthening effect. If you measure the nodes are the little knuckles in the stems of corn-type plants, right? You got little knuckles all over the stems.
Right.
These things tend to swell. They are longer inside crop circles, and they're much longer, and there are no known biological effects that can actually produce this node length increase. Now you find that if you put these nodes in a microwave oven, if you heat them up, they do the same thing. They get longer. It's just like a mercury thermometer, right? The liquid content of the cells expand and the node gets longer.
Sure.
Now then it appears that the node lengthening distribution is such that in several cases it was the longest in the center and it then gradually fell off towards the edges of the circle with a circular symmetry. More interestingly, the amount by which this happened was identical to the light intensity distribution, for example, of a light bulb at a ceiling in a dark room. If you have a single light bulb hanging on the ceiling in a dark room, you'll see that the light on the floor is brightest straight beneath the light bulb, and then towards the edges of the room it will just fall off gradually.
Okay, so that's almost like that's almost like forensic evidence then.
Absolutely. Absolutely. In the case in a court of law, you would have 100% success. I mean, this is very straightforward, very simple, very real.
Boy, that's weird. All right, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Professor Haselhoff in the Netherlands. Hello.
Hi, this is Golden in Houston on KTRH 740.
Texas, yes, sir.
Yes. The photos inside the crop circle with the time dilation effect, that seems to be the camera effects seem to be because of the time dilation. And are the cameras or the watches digital or mechanical that have been affected?
Good question. Only digital stuff and cameras, or what, Professor?
No, it's both digital and mechanical, actually. My watch was mechanical, actually. It was this auto winding things. You move your wrist and it recharges.
Same
it was mechanical. But most of the time it's electronic gear that seems to act up, though. Probably because it's most of the time people carry around electronic gear to make photographs and movies and,
Well, I've heard, for example, of batteries suddenly completely inexplicably being drained. You've heard of that?
That's right. Yes, it happened to me last summer in the same circle, the formation where this ninth circle appeared.
Really?
Yeah, my battery, and so did the battery of the news reporter who was there. It's very strange, really. I don't know what to say. It happens. It's true. Yeah.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Professor Haselhoff in the Netherlands. Hello. Hello there. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't press the button. Now you're on the air. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good morning, Art. Good morning, Professor Haselhoff. I do believe that there's a possibility that these might be microwave, like you touched on a while ago, frequencies from very high up. with instrumentation that we haven't even imagined yet. But the question is, do you believe that there's a possibility that these crop circles around the planet could possibly be a guidance system for the spaceships coming in from far away?
A guidance system, all right.
Well, that's another statement that I cannot prove and I cannot refute. There's an interesting side thought, though. I don't know about America, but Holland is very crowded, and our woods are very much monitored. And there are these forest guards, and they will just check all the trees in the woods, and sometimes they find a tree that is sick, and they will paint a red cross on it. Mm-hmm. So I can imagine a bug on this tree crawling over it and finding this red cross and say, hey, whoa, this is huge, and this cannot be made by bugs. This must be some sort of communication attempt. Perhaps it's something like that, you know.
Now there's an interesting piece of speculation in view of all the troubles that they've had in Great Britain lately with mad cow disease and so forth.
Oh boy, yeah.
That'd be worth a big red X, eh?
I don't know. It's probably, yeah, it could be. It has been suggested many times. It's sort of an indicator this is happening here, sort of a language. But then again, there are so many different shapes and patterns, and we know that some of them are made by man, but we never know which ones because they are really never able to actually prove it. That it's just a very noisy signal you're trying to interpret, and that makes it all much more difficult.
Indeed. All right. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Professor Haselhoff. Hello.
Hello, this is Dave from 630 Chet in Edmonton.
Edmonton, Alberta. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. My question is, with the recent amount of crop circles that we had in England there, where people, I think Richard said that it was a response to our message that we sent in the 70s with a high amount of power.
The Arecibo message, yes.
Yes, exactly. Now, with the other person that was on him, it was a lot of people believe that it was a message sent back to us because of the few alterations to it.
Yes, yes.
Now, my question is, it's not really a question, it's a feeling. That if we sent a message, or we want to speak to a 3-year-old, we speak to him in a certain way. Now, with this message that we sent out, they responded, but they responded to us on the same level with the same thing. Now, a lot of people say, well, why wasn't it, they send us an encyclopedia? Well, it's like sending a computer to a bunch of chimpanzees in a zoo. They wouldn't know what to do with it.
Listen, your point is very well taken. The crop circles have not really been yet deciphered to contain any specific message, and maybe they're not even supposed to. Maybe they're supposed to just be appreciated and somehow esoterically understood rather than specifically understood. But he raises a very good point. It could be so far above us right now, Professor, that there is to be no understanding for a very long time about whatever these are. Do you think that's true?
That might very well be possible. Sometimes people say, well, if this were a communication attempt by highly advanced extraterrestrials, why does it take them so long? I mean, why can't they make themselves clear a little bit sooner? This has been going on for hundreds of years now, so what's the point? The answer, I think, is quite simple. If there's a bird in a tree, and you say, hey, birdie, tweet, 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 you know, I mean, what do you think the bird thinks? He says, well, if he tries to communicate, why doesn't he just talk bird language if he's so intelligent, you know? and then again, these messages in the field, it is very well possible that it is indeed a sort of a response. But you're right. Clearly, the entity that did it understood the message that we tried to broadcast, and they understood the code and everything, and so they were very well aware of our thoughts. And I'll tell you, I couldn't figure out the message when I saw this Arecibo message and the binary numbers at the top, and the only thing I could figure out was the little guy with the little person standing in the middle, and I could figure out the solar system, and the rest was just a big riddle. Clearly, the answer means that probably the entity that did it, humans or extraterrestrial or whatever, are very well aware of how we think, and they understand us completely much better than we understand the bird.
Wonderful answer. Professor, we are out of time. What a wonderful program. What a wonderful opportunity to speak with you. The deepening complexity of crop circles, scientific research, and urban legends. Available through my website, Amazon.com. Professor, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, and I wish you a Merry Christmas, and a Merry Christmas to all the people that listen to the show, and a Merry Christmas to the rest of America.
Good night, my friend.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Ta-ta.
From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening or good morning, as the case may be, and welcome to another edition of the best in live overnight talk radio, covering an area ranging from the Hawaiian and Tahitian island chains all the way east to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north to the pole, and worldwide on the Internet. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. Good morning. I have been advised that we may have some Internet difficulties with regard to audio this morning. Satellite C1, or F1, is being inundated with apparently terrible weather in Denver, and that would account for the sporadic operation of F1 this morning. It will not affect, however, the grand majority of you listening on radio stations across the country and beyond. Those listening on the Internet may experience audio interruptus as a result of the Denver weather troubles. Now, having said that, this has been a remarkable day. Tell you all about it in a moment. We're going to talk about crop circles. Now, my guest is going to verify this for you, because otherwise nobody would believe it. The synchronicity involved in this. I got a very interesting fax earlier in the day, which suggested that, well, it says, Art, guaranteed to blow your mind. Doug Ruby, author of The Gift, Crop Circles Deciphered. The Crop Circles Deciphered. And I thought, Doug is in Melbourne, Florida. He's a veteran commercial airline pilot, and we'll ask him about that shortly. But I thought, crop circles deciphered. He's written a book. And I thought, all of us, of course, have wanted to know what these crop circles are. So about, I guess, midday for him, actually morning. Let me back that up even a little further. I called him at about 6 o'clock in the morning, my time, 9 o'clock his time, back in Florida, and said, I really would like to talk to you about your book, Deciphering of Crop Circles. And so we set it up for tonight, and he is going to be my guest here in a few moments. Now, the incredibly synchronistic part. When I woke up, I got a fax that said, well, I'll read it to you. It says, wow! Hi, Art and Ramona. Check out the latest crop circle at Stonehenge. You can see a photo, aerial photo of the crop circle connector at the crop circle connector website. The words that popped into my mind immediately upon viewing it were Tree of Life from Deborah in Santa Barbara. So, it was the usual last-minute scramble, and I got Keith, who got to the connector page and downloaded the photograph and put in a link to the connector page. And she is a beaut. The new Stonehenge 97 crop circle, in obviously a new crop, a fresh crop, is up there to be seen right now. So if you go up there under the new items, I think, or maybe it's a guest page, I'm not sure which, you'll see the name Doug Ruby, author of The Gift, The Crop Circles Deciphered. Then next to it, you will see a link to the connector web page. And if you have trouble with that, click on the other one, and you will see a picture of this newest, received, I don't know, about an hour ago, aerial photograph of this incredible crop circle at Stonehenge. So, pretty synchronistic, I would say, wouldn't you? Coming up in a moment, Doug Ruby. All right, everybody, don't forget we've got the live studio cams up. And from time to time, I, of course, printed out in about the last 10 minutes a photograph of this incredible Stonehenge crop circle. And I've been holding that up to the camera. Now, in case you don't know about our studio cams, you can go to the top of the news section, I think it's still up there, and click on Studio Cam Live, and you will get high quality, very high quality photographs that are taken here in my studio about every 30 seconds, transferred to a server and distributed from my website. We've got 3 cameras working, all going at different angles, so you can sit here and do sort of do a I hear you on the radio and I see you on TV, sort of type deal. And I will hold up this photograph, but my inclination is not to do that very much because you can, obviously you're already on the website. You can go and look at this for yourself and see the actual photograph. God, it's incredible. Here is my guest from Melbourne Beach, Florida, Doug Ruby. Doug, welcome to the program.
Well, thanks, Art. And you want to talk about synchronicity here as I was listening to you. Last night when I got in from flying, amongst my mail was a letter from a fellow up in Alberta, Canada. And it just reads real quick. Thanks for the great book. I think you've hit the nail on the head. Where was I 2 years ago when the book came out? A little bit more, and then good luck in your investigations. I'd be happy to help out in any way. And then you called this morning, got me out of bed, as you know, rested up from getting in. So
it was what, about 9 o'clock your time or something?
It was 9:30.
Okay, and you came in from, your pilot, commercial pilot.
Uh-huh.
Do you want to tell us as much as you think advisable under the circumstances about your background?
Sure. And what Art means by that, because he's so well acquainted with it, is airline companies these days don't like their pilots talking about extraterrestrials, UFOs, and this area of endeavor. Therefore, we will glance over that.
Even though, in other words, even though you have definitive opinions about extraterrestrial life and so forth, you also have a career. Sure. And a mutual friend of ours lost his job for talking about similar things.
And relating and mentioning the company. And they don't really mind. You're absolutely entitled to your opinions, but please do not relate this to your business. And that's all they asked. It was a goof outside of his arena, but it happened after a warning, and they let him go.
Yeah.
So
nobody wants that to happen to you. What kind of planes do you generally fly? Can you say that?
The bigger airplanes, 727s on up.
727s and up. All right, that'll do. Okay. So your background. When did you become? I mean, here you've been flying for what? 25, 30 years?
Sure. Yeah. I started out knowing I wanted to fly when I was a kid. Ended up having to go to college. Didn't want to go straight in the military, but they didn't have that program at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So got my 4-year degree, then went in the Air Force. Was immediately packed off to Southeast Asia. Spent 18 months over there. Came on back. Got out after 5 years of duty. Went in the airlines. Been here ever since.
Uh-huh. Okay. So you've been a pilot all this time.
Sure.
How do you get from being a pilot? The average person would say, well, if he's a pilot, he's probably seen a bunch of these crop circles from the air.
No, and you'd have to be pretty low. Things get pretty small. The houses get smaller as you go up.
They do.
So you're not going to really see any crop circles from the air. And the area in England where they're predominantly created, although they've been created everywhere in the world except, I believe, Africa and China. And I just got one of my emails today was from the Crop Circle Society here in the United States, and they had a message from Czechoslovakia, a fellow over there, and they have a number of them every year.
Well, last year, pun intended, we really had a bumper crop, of course, some tremendous ones. This is the one that we're looking at right now, and that my audience, I'm sure, is racing up to my website to take a look at, is one of the more interesting ones thus far in 1997, and of course it is at Stonehenge in what is obviously a brand new crop, because it's very green. So for the radio audience that doesn't have a computer and cannot get up there and take a look at this, can you describe, let us begin with the newest, can you describe this crop circle that I'm looking at right now?
Yeah, just think of a circle, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sides inside the circle, and then there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spokes coming out from the center with what would appear as a crystalline structure. The whole thing appears as a crystalline structure. Just think of a snowflake, but more of a crystal structure than a snowflake. But it's that type of image they've created here. And Art and I were talking just a little bit before the show about this because I just pulled it up. If you took a pan, let's say a 15-inch metal pan, and you put some metal dust in it, iron dust in it, not filings, but dust.
Right.
You put 16 magnets under that pan, run around there in a geometric pattern, and you energize these with a specific frequency, which would create a harmonic. At some specific harmonic, you would create that pattern, and that's what they're telling us. Now, what does that mean? Okay?
Well, I'm sitting here thinking of what you're saying, and are you suggesting that a specific magnetic arrangement beneath the surface of the Earth is, I don't know, I'm just guessing.
Yeah, okay.
I'm thinking of magnets underneath, right?
Yeah. No. What I'm trying to explain to you is, because what I'm doing now is what I deciphered and what's in the book, The Gift, does not apply to this. There we're talking about a ship that they're showing us. What they're showing us here is part of the power plant, and what they're giving us here is a specific or harmonic.
Wait a minute. Let me stop you. What they're showing us here is part of a power plant?
It is the power plant that runs a spaceship, and what they're giving us in this particular crop circle is when we energize these magnets with a harmonic, with this specific harmonic,
right?
That dust in that pan will take that formation exactly. You will, and when you see it, you will know you've got the right harmonic. Okay? And that's how they build piece by piece and tell you how this thing operates. You don't have to sit down and figure this stuff out. You don't need any mathematics. It's all ratios. There is written instructions, unbelievably, that I've just discovered a couple months ago that pertains to all of this. And I don't want to go into that right now, but I'm just explaining to you what you're looking at here, which nobody knows. And that is not an ego trip, I say that. I'm just saying I've been working on this for years.
That's quite a statement. I have never heard anybody make as definitive a statement about what a crop circle is as you just made. Now, the next obvious question, Doug, is how can you know this?
Well, I have to start someplace here with you. In my book, I start off with the 1990 crop circles, and we don't want to go through the history of this thing, but these were the large pictograms that stunned the world back in 1990, and then at the end of that, I believe it was that season, or it was the 91 season, Doug and Dave over there came out and through their rehearsed put-up campaign said, "Oh, we're making all of them," and this ran around the world with the media, and the interest just totally dissipated, except for the people that knew better, that had been there, that had seen them, and knew that this was for real. And years went by until there was more interest. Now, I took the 90, 91, and a smattering of 92 formations, and these were, again, the large pictograms, and I deciphered these. And from that, I have gone on for a very simple reason that when the book came out, the people that I thought would go poof-ah to it were the ones that went, wow. And those were those with an engineering background, doctors, lawyers, and professional field, all went nuts over it.
All right. Well, again, I'm going to return to my question, even going back to 91. How did you decipher what they meant?
Okay.
It's a central question.
Okay. What I did is I looked at these formations, and I said to myself, after reading a number of these books, these can't be being created by hoaxers. Number one, they're too large. They're just unbelievable. Then I said, well, I think that there's a higher form of intelligence that's trying to communicate with us, and they're using an advanced state of technology to create these things to begin with. And the question was, if you come to those two conclusions,
right,
why wasn't anybody deciphering them? So I went and said, I can't do anything off planet for an analogy. I have to find something right here on Earth that I can make a relationship here between an intelligence, extraterrestrial intelligence. How and why are they doing this? What I came up with an analogy that worked perfect was our friends the dolphins. The dolphins. I looked at a dolphin show. I was out in Vegas on a layover, and I went to, I don't know, Caesar's Palace or whatever there. It's got the dolphin show, and it hit me. And I said, they're looking at the whole dolphin show. They're sitting there in the audience watching the show, and that's what everybody is doing with the crop circles. They're hit every year with this tremendous array of patterns, and by looking at the whole show, they aren't understanding what's happening here. You have to look for the simple. And I know, and I talked to the dolphin trainers out there, and I said, how long does it take you to get this thing going from the get-go? And they said years. And they work with these animals before that communication is established, and it starts off in very little steps with hand signs. But now you have two beings that have a definite language of their own, but they cannot communicate with their language between the two of them. But they evolved a sign language that they understood and they could communicate with.
Gotcha.
Okay. Now, besides that, by the time that show occurred, the dolphins and the trainers had established a rapport between the two of them. They understood each other to a great degree. Can you see that?
Yes. In other words, as communication increased, understanding between the species obviously would increase.
Sure.
That makes absolute sense.
There was a bonding that took place there.
A bonding, yes. I'm sure that's right. And so then you approach crop circles the same way.
So I said, yes, exactly. I said, the answers will lie in the simple. The directions will lie within the simple formations and lead me into the more complex formations.
All right, hold it right there, Doug. Relax. You've got several minutes. We're going to take a break here at the bottom of the hour. You ought to see this crop circle. It's a new one at Stonehenge as of tonight. Synchronicity, huh? Because I've got the man who says he's deciphered crop circles. In a way, we're talking about the complex versus the simplistic, aren't we? Going back to the basics. To decipher crop circles, not by looking for the fractal complexities of them, but by going back to the basics in the way one might teach and begin to communicate with a dolphin. I've got to read you this. Just cleared my fax machine. Hi, Art. During the heat of the space race in the 1960s, the U.S. National Aeronautics and Space Administration decided it needed a ballpoint pen to write in the zero-gravity confines of its space capsules. After considerable research and development, the astronaut pen was developed at a cost of about $1 million. The pen worked, and also enjoyed some modest success as a novelty item back here on Earth. The Soviet Union, faced with the same dilemma, used a pencil. Thank you, Cooter. I appreciate that. That lives as one of the all-time great faxes. The Soviet Union, faced with the same dilemma, used a pencil. Once again, back to my guest in, I believe, Melbourne Beach, Florida. He is Doug Ruby. Doug, welcome back.
Thank you, Eric.
So, in the spirit of simplicity, I thought that fit right in.
Beautiful.
Anyway, so you looked at the way they instructed dolphins, which took a long period of time, and they began with the most simplistic, basic forms of communication and worked their way up to more complex commands and or communication, depending on how you want to think about it. And you approached crop circles the same way.
Exactly. And from that point, I just, what I was searching for was the simplest crop circle I could find. And I came up with one. It's nothing but a disc with some interrupted rings on it. Two inside rings at different spacing that were half a ring, and then there was nothing. And at that point, I said, well, I'm looking at this thing. What do I do now? And I did what any human would do. I said, I want to pick this up. So I cut it out, put it on some cardboard, glued it to some cardboard, picked it up. And as I'm doing this, I'm thinking about the movie 2001. What did the apes do, or that early man do, when they saw that monolith? They went over and they started feeling it.
That's right.
That's the way we do. I mean, it's
touching and feeling. No, that's true.
Yeah. So, I mean, somebody was waiting. They knew about us. That's what I'm trying to get at. These folks who made these formations know us very well, okay? They know the way we do things. So I picked it up, and I said, now what do I do with it? Well, it's got interrupted rings on it. And I put a button on the back of it, glued a button on the back of this little thing, and spun it on the table with my fingers. Just like a little flat top. You can buy them today in the Discovery store, wherever. And the thing spun great, and what happened was the interrupted rings became whole rings. And I said, well, what are they showing me here? They're telling me I'm supposed to spin these things. And, okay, the simple.
Now, wait a minute. Now, let's go over this again. I want to be sure the audience gets it. You took a simplistic thing, one of the most simplistic crop circles, and you made a little attachment to a little piece of cardboard, and you spun the thing. And when you did, it connected. In other words, describe it again, please.
Okay. The disc, or this crop circle, is a circle with a large dark spot, let's call it, or circle in the center. And then there are two rings on the outside of that, but they're only half rings. There's half of it on one side of the circle and half on the other.
Okay, I just drew that. Oh, I see what happened.
Okay.
I see what happened.
It just leads you naturally to say, yeah, you know, if I toss this, so I put a button on the back and I toss it just for curiosity, and the rings just made a whole ring.
Right.
Okay. I said, neat. Well, what's this telling me? And what they're telling me is I'm supposed to spin them. Okay? It's that simple.
Okay.
So then what I did is, let's go get another one. So the next one I could find, I couldn't find one that just had interrupted rings or anything like that. And it had an appendage on it. It had something coming off of it. And now it was out of balance. So what am I going to do with this? I can't spin this on a table like I just did. But if I put a shaft on the back of it, glued a shaft on it, I could roll it in my hands, and I could see what that thing formed as it spun. And I did that, and it was really neat. It formed more rings on the outside of it when I did that.
Huh.
So I said, the formation when you spin something like this, it becomes a blur in a way, but it works up to that blur, and it becomes something else. Okay, it transforms. So now what I just learned was there's something in that formation they want me to see, definitely, because this was a 6-petal flower that I did. But what they were telling me, the main message was, you're supposed to put a shaft on these, Doug. It was that simple. Spin them by putting a shaft on them.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so at that point, I made another one, and it had longer appendages on it, but it was very interesting.
And again, you're working with crop circles at this point, what, from 91?
These are 1990.
1990.
July 1990.
Okay.
I'm looking at my book here. It's Great Wishford, created mid-July 1990. Now, this one had appendages going out even farther, extending out from the main circle even farther, and this was not going to balance very well on my hand. And at this point, I said, I need to make a little machine that I can spin these on, that I can put the post in, and I can spin them. And I went out and stopped my research at the time and went out and made a spinning machine.
Oh, you know what I would have done? I'd have gone and bought a turntable.
I got to spin them faster than that.
Okay.
And then the one thing that happened at that point was I began to get some confidence with this thing. I could see something was developing. I could feel it. And I went to the large pictograms.
All right, before you do that, a lot of people in the audience are going to want to know some of the details so they can try this themselves.
All right.
How fast do you have to spin them? I mean, if you think of the old 45 RPM, even the 78 RPM, how many RPMs do you think you have to get to, and is it consistent, or do you find at different, in other words, is there one RPM speed that seems to bring one result with nearly all photographs, or are you at different speeds?
I'm at different speeds. But I'm going to say they're going to run from 80 RPM to somewhere around 200 to 300. Not much higher than that.
All right. How do you make a device, if I may ask, that will accomplish that?
Okay. I made it, just think of a box. I got a box, okay, but I made it out of wood.
Right.
Got a electric fan motor, mounted it in the bottom.
Right.
Put a little piece of plastic tubing attached that to the shaft, and then in the top of the box, I drilled a hole and I put a round set of ball bearings in there with a center hole for the shaft in it. Just bought them straight out of the hardware store. And now the shaft would go on the top of the box and hook into that piece of tubing in the bottom, which would connect the shaft. Okay.
Okay.
This is real Rube Goldberg simple stuff.
That's all right.
Yeah, just put a regular fan rheostat on it and ran that thing up. Okay.
A fan rheostat. And so then you can adjust the RPMs.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. No, I had no tack on it. I had no way to tell you exactly what RPMs I'm running. I can tell you that these first cardboard models I had, I ran them so fast that they flew apart. And then I knew I had to get a better material, and I went to wood. And at that point, I went to the pictograms. And when I did this, I found my prior knowledge applied immediately. And let me explain this to your audience here. These pictograms began appearing. The first one was Alton Barnes in 1990. This went around the world. A couple of rock groups used it on their cover of their albums, and they stunned everyone. The visitors out there were in tremendous numbers. What you've got here is a long shaft drawn in the field, and they got 3 rings on it, or 3 circles, one at each extremity of it, and then one in the middle, which is the largest one. And there are rings there are concentric rings within that formation.
Right.
Okay. What I did was, as I looked at this thing, I said, I know I've got to pick it up, so I cut it out, I put it on cardboard, cut it out, and I've got this contraption in my hand. I said, what am I supposed to do with this now? Well, I've already done this with my prior crop circles, and I picked it up and I put a shaft on it. Now here I've already got the shaft, and I say, these suckers are supposed to rotate 90 degrees. It's obvious. And I rotated all 3 90 degrees.
Uh-huh.
And I said, what do I do now? As I slid them together, all I made was a nice little sandwich. I said, what's going on? Well, just a week or two after that crop, Alton Barnes had been created, there was another one almost identical to it created in Crawley, but it had a couple of additions to it. And I said, maybe these things are additive. I don't know why, but let's do it. And it was only 4 lines, vertical lines, between two on each side of the post.
Right.
That separated 2 of these circles. When I inserted them, this thing became a little ship on the shaft. And when I spun it went 3-dimensional on me.
Wow.
And this is something we discussed earlier, real quickly, because I was trying to figure out how to do it, and I wanted to give the folks out there a present. And I'm not giving it from me, I'm giving it from the crop circle creators to you. Anyone who's out there listening to your program, Art, is looking into the unknown. They have a desire for this, just like you and I do.
Of course.
So let's give them a present. And I'm going to FedEx you tomorrow this, all drawn out in the paper, and a couple pages out of this book. And all they're going to need is to download this, print it out if they are on the internet. They can, and all you need is a glue stick, glue it to a piece of cardboard, cut it out, and have either a pencil or a little bit longer shaft, a dowel, which you can buy in a hardware store or hobby shop, and mount it on, and you can make this thing yourself. And when you do, you will have communicated with extraterrestrials.
This is stunning. Stunning. I never, and I don't know why, when you look at nearly any crop circle, by the way, including the one that we have even tonight, just as you came on the air, when you look at it, it should be obvious that it is intended to be spun. There is a center. In other words, everything moves from a center. And as you have described this, it hit me like a brick wall.
Sure, exactly. Once you get finished, and I'm not pushing the book here, but a lot of people I've talked to, a gal up in New Hampshire, she was interviewing me for a little thing in a magazine. She said, Doug, I've just read the book, and did you see the crop circle on TV last night? And I said, yeah. I said, since you've read the book, tell me, Eileen, do you know what it is? She says, I knew what it was immediately. She said, it's so easy. I said, once you see it. And there is a caution here. There are many, many different forms of information conveyed by each of these information. These folks are extremely intelligent. They are going to hit you on a subconscious level. There is a sacredness about them that when you visit the crop circles that you will feel this energy. And
Doug, how specific is the message that we're getting? Now, you said of the early crop circles back in 90, you were able to discern through the process you've described, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to make you describe it again after the next hour, a ship. Now, when I asked you about the crop circle that we've got up on the website, the brand new one, you said it's part of a propulsion system or a drive system.
Sure. All they're showing you here is a specific harmonic. And this is very simple to understand. Geometry. Sacred geometry, Platonic geometry. This is not tough stuff, okay? If I understand it, it's not tough stuff. Geometry equals frequency equals energy. And you can put those in any order you want. They have shown us the geometry here. If we can convert that just by looking at this picture and setting up what I told you before, your magnets with your pan and running your frequency, what you think it is close to, that iron dust in the pan, you will at some point match what you've got, what you're looking at there. When you do, you have that frequency that you need for that portion of the power plant. And how do you know what portion of the power plant? Because this crop circle that you see right here that was created within the last 24 hours will apply to the set of crop circles you're getting this summer. And most likely we will not get maybe one more of this type this summer because they want us to know that this harmonic applies to the formations which apply to that section of the power plant.
Wow. Is it your view that through the years they have shown us how to build a ship. Is that what they're doing?
That is exactly what they're doing. They're giving us a gift, and that's what I run through in the book. What I'm doing here is, and believe this is a bear for me to assemble, to explain it to someone else in this book, but I think I did a pretty good job. And what I do here is I run through some of these formations, and the reader becomes acquainted with some of these various pictograms because they're different. And then I go to a specific grouping of them which apply to the ship itself, to the shape of the ship. And from these we extract a saucer, a specifically designed saucer. And then the book becomes a flight manual. And why I was chosen.
Well, I don't have to reach too far to understand why you were chosen.
All right. Well, what I'm trying to say to you is from now on this book, we apply what we've already seen in the crop circles. And we apply this to the actual model. And I go right through ascent, descent, lateral motion, longitudinal motion, angular motion, hovering, how the ship actually does this.
Holy smokes.
And I allude to and explain in the back what we're looking at here at where I was at that time 2 years ago, what this power plant was, what was coming at me at looking at that early stage. And what has happened is many people I talked to said, Doug, I really loved the book. I saw it. It slammed together about 3/4 of the way through it. It took that long, but I stayed with it. But I want to see it. Show me. And I'm going, my God, you think I have $1 trillion? But it is not going to cost that much.
Let me make a suggestion. One thing that you could do, one way to show people, since you're equipped to do it, if you have a video camera, which I would bet you do, what would stop you from doing a video and then turning that into an AVI file that we could allow people to download and actually see this process underway?
We can do that.
An AVI file is simply a digital rendition of video.
Mm-hmm.
And people can download that and run it on their computers. My God, this comes under the category of, oh my God. Listen, rest. We're at the top of the hour, and when we come back, we have more stations joining us. So I've really got to, I've got to push you through explaining this one more time, and it's worth doing. So, Doug, stay right where you are, and we'll be right back. What I've got coming up for you comes under the oh my God category. Trust me on this. Bear with me on this. The subject is crop circles. Los Angeles, San Francisco, other affiliates joining at this hour. My guest is Doug Ruby. Doug flies big airplanes, 737s and bigger, for a major airline. Because of the nature of his employment, we're really not naming the airline or laying on that aspect of why he's here. Why he's here is Doug, I booked him at about, 9 o'clock Eastern time this morning because of somebody that sent me a fax and said, Art, it's guaranteed to blow your mind. You've got to get Doug Ruby or try to get him. He is author of a book called The Gift, The Crop Circles Deciphered. And so I picked up the phone and I called his publisher. His publisher gave me his number, and I thought, what the heck, I'll give it a try. And I called, and Doug was just waking up in Florida at about 9-something in the morning, and we talked for a while about crop circles, and at that time, I had no idea how he had deciphered them, nor did I want to take the time, because I wanted to discover it here on the air, and boy, have I been doing that. Now, synchronicity. Not only do I get the fax, not only does he get a fax about me, but I then call him within hours, mind you, and then tonight, about an hour before airtime, this gets deep, folks, I got a fax from, and I'm not sure what I've done with it. Here it is. Deborah in Santa Barbara. Love to have you on, Deborah, if you can get through. Which simply says, wow, hi, Art and Ramona. Check out the latest crop circle at Stonehenge. You can see a photo at the Crop Circle Connector website. The words that popped into my mind immediately upon viewing it were, Tree of Life, signed Deborah in Santa Barbara. It was about an hour before airtime, okay? So, of course, I pick up the phone and call my webmaster, Keith Rowland, and I say, quick, Keith, get over to the Connector website and see if you can download this, please. And so he went over there and, of course, got it. And it is astounding. It's in, obviously, a new crop at this time of year, would be green. And I've got the man who can tell you what this is. And what we're going to do is briefly back up in a moment, and we're going to have Doug explain exactly how he deciphered crop circles. And if you stick with it and listen for a moment, you'll get to the point that I got to, and you'll go, oh my God, he's right. So he is the first person who has come along, in my opinion, and told us what crop circles really are. And they are a gift. We'll get to Doug in a moment. The kinds of faxes I'm getting say things like wow and astounding and things I can't repeat on the air. Doug, I think that you connected with a lot of people out there. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Doug, let's try this one more time. The simple form. You tried to figure out what crop circles were. And in doing so, you explained that you went to, what was it, SeaWorld or one of those places where they train dolphins? Oh, no, here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it was there in Vegas.
And asked how what process they use to train dolphins. And they start out, of course, with the simplest of commands or communication, some sort of hand signal that will eventually cause the dolphin to understand what you want it to do. And you correct me if I'm wrong here. And then they proceed to more complex hand signals so that slowly the trainer and the dolphin, again with synchronicity, begin to, in effect, communicate with each other.
That's correct.
And I thought, uh-oh, he's going to say this has something to do with dolphins. But no, indeed not. That was only a primer so that we might understand your approach to deciphering crop circles. Now, by the way, folks, his book is called The Gift, The Crop Circles Deciphered. Now, in doing that, you said you took a crop circle from 1991, and you described it this way to me. You said put a dot in the middle of the paper, draw a circle, a wide circle around that dot, and then draw two half circles that do not connect. And you went through this whole business of trying to figure out what this might mean. You eventually ended up spinning these. In other words, these crop circles are meant to spin. So that is when you understand them. And obviously, if you draw out what I just described and you spin it, you end up with, and this was one of the simplest crop circles, as you would begin with a dolphin, you end up with a circle within a circle, where there was none before.
That's correct.
And you rigged up a whole box and stuff to, using a fan motor and a rheostat to control the RPMs. And not each one of the crop circles begins to become meaningful at the same RPM, which means what, do you think, Doug? Are we dealing, is it a matter of, RPM relates to frequency, does it not?
It does, Art. What you got to understand here is when we're talking about these models, and what you've just described is we're just starting here with the basics. But when you get into the pictograms, the insectograms, these other complex models, now you're dealing with a little ship, but you can't really see what it's it's doing until it's spun. And at a certain speed, this thing becomes three-dimensional. It looks solid. And at that point, and not only that, but you have spheres that are attached to the shaft or about the ship as it spins that create fields. In other words, they now become a blur around it that you can now see fields around the ship that, of course, you can see right through them. And by doing this, information is revealed to you that you would never see unless you spun it. You would never even guess what it's doing. And that becomes absolutely amazing. When I hit the one insectogram with the ladder on it, and I spun that sucker, and I saw this magnificent field below the ship, I don't know, I just got goosebumps all over. I said, I've done it. I mean, this is definitely, and you can feel it, and you can see it here when you look at the photographs. And I'll be happy to send you a video on it. I've already got one, and the folks can look at it and see for themselves.
All right. Doug, I want to ask you, first of all, if you can send me that video.
Yeah, no problem.
I can give you do you have an address? Did I give you my address earlier?
No, we can.
All right, we'll do that on a break.
Sure.
In the meantime, folks, what Doug is saying is that what we have been getting since, when would you estimate, 1990?
The crop circle started in earnest in probably 1989. In 1990, it really busted loose with over 1,000. There were around 1,000 in 1990 and 91. There is a little catch to that in that the English didn't really know how to count these things, because every time there was what's called an add-on, in other words, maybe another circle would appear the next day or in a week, and then maybe something else would appear, and they might add on to these things for 4 or 5 days. And so they would count each add-on as a new crop circle. So the count is really not a definite one. It might have only been, let's say there were 400. Okay.
Okay, that's a lot.
This is still an awesome number. Yeah.
It sure is. Now they have appeared all over the world, but they have appeared. They seem to be most prolific in Great Britain.
Correct.
Any idea why?
Yes. They are mainly in Wiltshire County, and in that area, let's say 80-mile circumference of Wiltshire area, and in that geographic area is where Stonehenge is located, where Avebury is located, where Silbury Hill is located, and many other ancient megalithic sites. And when you take into consideration that Stonehenge was created about the same time or previous to the Cheops Pyramid or the Great Pyramid, we're talking somewhere around 5,000 to 6,000 years ago is when they date this, the building of this, which comprised a time period of 100 years. This thing wasn't done. Stonehenge was not built overnight. These are, as everyone knows, they're gigantic blocks of rock weighing many, many tons.
So, you're connecting this to the pyramids.
Well, yes, the pyramids do have something to play with this, especially with the energy, as we talked about before. Geometry equals frequency, frequency equals energy. Put those in any way you, any sequence you want. I don't care. I'm just telling you that what we call sacred geometry or platonic geometry in a 3D state, and if you stop drawing them on paper, pick them up in three-dimensional form. When these are spun and you place them within each other in a specific manner, they will create energy.
Well, without your going back to the beginning, the first crop circles, to begin to try to decipher them in the manner that you have now obviously, I don't want to say stumbled into, and in fact we'll get, I guess, into that, how you were driven into this, weren't you? I mean, you remember, folks, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, when the fellow sat there making the image of the mashed potato with the mashed potatoes. Just about everybody remembers that, and he was compelled to do it. You were, in the same way, compelled to try and decipher crop circles. How did that begin?
It was about the last 5 or 6 days of 1993, just after Christmas, in between there and New Year's. And it was, this came out of nowheres. About 91, when we all heard about the crop circles were hoaxes, I dropped my interest as well. Then, during that period of 1993, it was a feeling, I wake up one morning and say, you know, I ought to look at crop circles. And it was the same thing that many of you out there have had in saying, you know, I ought to call my mother today.
Yeah.
And that day you think about once maybe that day. The second day, you're thinking about it 5 times. By the sixth or seventh day there, we're at December 31st, and it's just New Year's Eve, and I cannot wait to go. The only thing I can think of is getting to the bookstore and hoping there's one open on New Year's Day in Melbourne, Florida. And there was, and they had one book on crop circles there, and I rushed home and read the thing. And this is not exactly what my soulmate here wanted me to do on New Year's Day, but that is what happened.
By the way, how have you done with your soulmate? I can understand that she'd probably be sitting there at that point saying to herself, okay, honey, whatever you want to do. Sort of
yeah,
condescending.
You're absolutely right. Poor Jeannie has taken a beating here. She has never, she just doesn't see this. She's not tremendously interested in it. And it's been a wow thing for her all along, especially when I almost did not, for another synchronicity, after this happened, I did not fly almost for January, February, and March at all.
You didn't?
I did not. Just things happened right along the way that I hardly went to work. And I had nothing to do with it. But I was just day and night doing this.
Now you didn't go to work specifically because this was hitting you?
No. It just happened. It just happened. I was on what they call reserve. At the time I was bidding that, and they just didn't call me. I had a little vacation in there. Had one few-day trip, and they just never called me again. It just happened. It wasn't that I was ignoring my job at all. And it was during that
It's
time,
like you were just given the time.
Yet something happened. I just can't tell you, Art. I don't know. And during that time, I did nothing but this, this is all I've done since that began in late 93 and through 94. Got the book out in very late 95. November we had it in our hands. It really wasn't on the market till 95.
How did your publisher accept it? When you went shopping for a publisher, I mean, you completed the book. I can understand you were absolutely driven to write the book. However, I can also understand that a lot of publishers would look at something like that and go, huh?
You're right. And what happened here was I read a couple books on publishing, etc., and quickly understood that if I took it to a major publisher, they're going to change it on me. And that was totally unacceptable. And I said, okay, I've got to finance this, and we'll do as good a run we can. We're going to make a good product here. And I asked my carpenter, who I met through Don't Ask Me, but when I met Al, I'm just wandering around. I'm in a warehouse area down in Melbourne, and never been there before, but was directed by a couple of fellows in a hardware store.
Yes.
And I was heading for one shop there, and here's a fellow standing outside this little stall next to him, having a smoke, and I said, well, they're busy there. I'll just talk to this guy. So I did, and explained what I was doing. I said, you know, do you have this type of saw, and you got a lathe, et cetera? You can make this stuff for me.
In other words, we're talking about the device that would spin.
No, I'm talking about making the wooden models.
The wooden models. All right.
I want somebody to make the models for me. I can't buy all these saws and things and put them in my house. Okay. So after this is all done, he says, "Sure, I can do this. Love to." He said, "By the way, what are we making?"
Yeah, right.
And he blew me away. I had to think about this for probably 30 seconds, and I said, "What the hell? I'm going to tell him the truth." I said, "It's UFOs." And he said to me, just as fast as I said it, he said, "You're right on time." And I go,
I beg your pardon, you're right on time.
You're right on time. And I said to myself, I really don't need this. And at this point, And I thanked him. I said, I'll be back. And that's how Al and I met each other. We are extremely close. And what happened is, at the time, what I'm leading up to is, at the time that I needed a publisher, I decided I'm going to self-publish. I told Al, because he knew a lot of people in the community, I said, Al, look around for me, see if you can, if you come up with a publisher around here, but I don't want anybody near the Cape. That's the only requirement I have. I don't want to be near the government or near the Cape at all.
Uh-huh.
Well, through happenstance, a friend, etc., who had just gotten a job with this publisher, and the two of them got together, and Al calls me and says, I got him. And he did. And Paul was the man. This whole group that worked with me, I didn't know any of these gentlemen before it started. I would just start looking and asking here and there just a very little bit, and boom, they were there. And we're very close right now. It's an unbelievable thing. Paul is, my publisher, is extremely tuned up and has done an absolutely gorgeous job on this. And at any rate, that's the story on how that happened.
Okay. So the book has been published. Is it yet available?
It's available. But when you self-publish, it, as you are well aware, I'm sure, it costs a lot of money to market something like this. It has gone out around the world through, say, Nexus Magazine's done a lot. I've got a couple of major distributors that distribute here and there. You can order it. Folks can order it through Barnes & Noble or any place. Just ask for the gift, or I can give them the ISBN number. You can just call Paul, and he'll mail it to you.
All right. Well, earlier today I was saying to myself, why the hell haven't I heard of this guy?
Yeah, it's just because the marketing is tough. It's really tough marketing it. And the bookstores, they just got a ton of books coming out all the time.
I've heard a lot of people attempt to talk about crop circles, and they talk about fractals, and they talk about this and that, what they think it might be. But you're the first one who has come along and actually made me understand what they really are. And what they are is a construction manual for a ship. That does not misstate it, does it?
No, not at all.
All right, Doug, hold on. We'll be right back. My guest is Doug Ruby. This comes under the oh my God category. I've got a guest who has deciphered crop circles. His name is Doug Ruby. He's a commercial airline pilot. He flies the big ones. He took a sort of a gratuitous leave of absence from his employment some time ago and figured out crop circles. I just got a fax. This says it pretty well. I think Doug will like this. Art from the first of this century. Any recording device, tape recorders, film, video, records, 33, 45, 78, all involve spinning or rotating. And I'll add, even the CD you're listening to right now. What art makes better sense than to spin or rotate these, meaning crop circles, to get a message? It makes so much sense. It works. Think about it. Every device we have that imparts information spins. Anyway, we'll get back to Doug in a moment. This is really incredible stuff, folks. Some things I believe are meant to happen, and I think Doug Ruby is meant to be here this morning. He is. Doug, welcome back. I'm getting a whole, just all kinds of faxes, but the one that really hit me between the eyes was the one that I just read. Nearly every device we have that imparts information spins, doesn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Again, going back, how did you first decide to spin these things? I mean, now that we hear about it, it's like, simple concept. I understand that, but before that moment of discovery, it's not simple. It's not simple at all. So, how did you get there?
Do you want me to talk about the dolphins a bit, or we passed that?
Well, in a way, I guess we're past that.
Okay.
But, I mean, how did you get from the dolphins and the simplicity to the spinning?
Okay. The dolphin show indicated to me because no one had even come close to deciphering these things. The mystery was around the world at that time, and no one knew what was going on. And I said, why hasn't anyone touched this thing? And I made the analogy here on the planet and said, a dolphin show. They're all looking at all of these crop circles at once, all this profusion of formations. And a dolphin show, the trainer and the dolphin, it takes years for them to get to the point from working from basics on up to where they can put on this complex show. And I said, I must look just as the dolphins and the trainers began with the simple. And from there, I found the very simplest formation that I could. And this was just a circular formation, a ring formed in the wheat or in the grain, and with a center, let's call it a dot, circle in the solid center circle in it, and then two rings on the outside that were split. In other words, half a ring on one side, half of it on the other, and it was a gap between it.
Right.
Okay, and I looked at this thing, I picked it up, I said, what do I do with it now? And I wanted to flop it on the table and spin it, but it's not going to spin because it's a flat piece of cardboard. So I just glued a button to the back of it, so I made a little top out of it, and flipped it on the table. And when I did that, the rings connected because it's spinning. And I said, are they trying to communicate? I mean, what else can I do with this thing? It's so simple. And I said, that's what they're trying to tell me. Spin it. So from that simple little crop circle, I learned that I'm supposed to spin them. And the formations were additive as we went along in the progression through them, that the information, one little piece of information added on to the other. And right after that, I went into another very simple formation, only this circle had an appendage on it. And now I couldn't spin it at the top because it was off balance. I said, well, I need to attach a shaft to it. So I just went out and bought some dowels and wooden dowels and glued one on the back of this thing and spun it by rolling the dowel in my hand. This one I did had longer appendages on it, and this became cumbersome in my hand, so I built this little spinning machine to spin it in, and that did great. It was perfect. And from there, I went on into the major pictograms, and what I had just learned there, they're supposed to be spun and put them on a shaft. But now I'm looking at an Alton Barnes. This thing is 400 or 500 feet in length. The football field is 300 foot in length. These things are gigantic.
Very similar to the one that just came to us tonight from Stonehenge, the one we've got up on the website right now, about similar size, about a football field.
About a football field and a half. I think we just talked about that. That thing is about 500 feet in diameter.
All right.
If you stood in that formation, you would not know what it is from the ground. You have to take an aerial view or you do not know what it is.
Can you guess for me at about what altitude the airplane took the photograph we've got up on the website right now, this current one, this new one? What altitude would yield this image?
Anywhere from 400 to 500 feet.
400 to 500. So you've got to be pretty low.
Yeah, you're pretty low.
Okay.
And of course they're at an angle with this thing. You couldn't do that at 400 feet from directly over it, I don't believe. The camera's not going to capture it all.
Right.
To proceed on here, the pictograms are large, and from these I understood immediately that I'm supposed to rotate the disc 90 degrees, and then when they come together, if you pushed all of these on this post that they're on together, they form a little ship. And then I would place this assembled ship, they glue together, on the spinning machine and spin it, and then it would reveal what it was supposed to reveal. And this was the high point of all the work, was when that thing spun, I just sit there and go, wow.
In other words, you actually took a compilation of these crop circles, and you put them together and spun them, and what you ended up with, how many crop circles were involved in that experiment?
Now, in all but the first one, you're spinning one formation.
Right.
This is a pictogram. It's a complex structure.
Yes,
okay?
sir. Yes, sir.
And this makes a little model, and it's on a dowel. It's on a central post. And I would spin this, and when I do spin it, it becomes three-dimensional. And because there are spheres located about the model and about the vertical post, when they spin, they form fields, and sometimes fields within fields. In other words, you can see right through them. But they look. In other words, it it's a blur. But you can, as I said, it looks almost electromagnetic in nature. They become it's eerie to watch these things.
In the final model that you got that
Yes.
became a ship, how many of these were involved?
Oh, about 6 to 8. I'm guessing here.
These are of the early ones, yes?
Yes. 91.
All right, there's a lot of water and crop circles under the bridge since 90 and 91. So
correct.
If we were getting the early models of the ship in those years, what have we been getting since?
There's been a small smattering of formations that deal with biology, astronomy, our solar system, and somewhat a little bit with communication.
Communication.
Aside from that, we're looking at the ship. We're looking at after 91 and maybe a few in 92. The rest have all been basically addressing the ship, and by that the large pictograms disappeared, and now we started to get the circular patterns, very complex, or in 96 these unbelievable gigantic formations which deal with fractal geometry as is what people are looking at them at. Since the Julius set and the triple-armed spiral, these things are gigantic in size.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
But they actually deal with the ship, and everything in here is with the power plant. They're showing us how the power plant operates. And what they're giving us is they're giving us an intergalactic spaceship that can also run around on the electromagnetic field of the Earth or the grid lines, and they're giving us a power plant for free energy that does not need any fuel whatsoever.
I had you've never really listened to my program, have you?
No, I'm sorry.
All right, that's quite all right. You need not apologize. I had Stan Tenen on the other night, and I just got a fax that said, Art, this sounds an awful lot like Stan Tenen's 3D hyper spins, etc. Mega convergence going on a lot lately on your program. Thank you, Nick. And that's exactly what he was talking about with respect to what some people call zero-point energy.
Yes. Call it tachyon energy, call it zero-point energy. You're basically taking an energy that's all around us all the time. We can't detect it because it's weightless.
Or a man named Richard Hoagland would call it hyperdimensional.
I don't care what you call it. It's here, but we can't detect it because we live in it. And it floats around like clouds, so to speak. And the fellows that have been working on free energy machines have made one big mistake with them, and that is that they'll go in their lab in the morning, they'll crank this thing up, and on some days it just works really nice, and then other days it freezes up. By freeze up, I mean it
doesn't work.
They actually get ice on it. And other days it heats up and almost burns up, and they're going, what's going on? And what's going on is they don't have a control mechanism on the device. And that control mechanism, well, I'm not doing this. I'm not in this. But if they place a crystal rod inside their central axle and move this in and out.
Yes.
Okay, and they better attach it really well because it's going to go through the wall if they don't. They can now use this as a control because a crystal is solidified energy. And crystals are very important in in not only what I'm doing, but what they're doing, and they're very close.
Okay, again, this new photograph we've got, when, thank God, about 10 minutes before broadcast, your wife, your soulmate, who is obviously supportive of you and the computer person in the family, managed to get the photograph. And when you looked at it, you said, this is a crystal.
No, it's
a crystalline
structure. It's crystalline structure. But again, we go back to geometry, frequency, energy. And if you vibrated through magnets, electromagnets on the bottom of a pan, and had dust, iron dust in that pan, when you hit the harmonic from the various frequencies you're vibrating these specific magnets at, it would form this formation in the pan. And you can look in the pan and see that formation and match it with this one. And what I'm saying to you is they're giving us not only the machine, but they're giving us the frequencies and the harmonics at which to use this power plant, because we're using spinning geometry and we're using frequencies and we're creating energy. There is no combustion of any sort. We're using this energy of the Creator.
Wow.
I call it tachyon energy, but tachyon energy is misused so much.
These are just names. I think they are all the same thing. This, as you point out, this energy that is all around us, that some call free energy or free energy machines or whatever. Other people call zero-point energy.
Yes.
There's lots and lots of names.
It's the same thing.
It's all the same thing. And
Yes.
these are instructions.
Yes.
At least these particular crop circles are instructions on how to use it.
It's the power plant. They're giving us the entire power plant. You can use it in a ship, or you can put it in a box. I would say a box the size of, I'm guessing here, I'm going to say, put 4 orange crates next to each other, and the power plant that could fit in that could supply power to New York City. It might be able to do more than that. I have really no idea. I just know that the power here is incredible, and what they're doing out there with it now, they're just touching it. And and of course, all these machines spin again. What they're doing here is spinning some superconducting materials that are magnetized, and fooling around with this in that area with it. This thing works in the same way, but it's the whole thing just laid out for you.
Okay, Doug, somebody has written me an obvious question. If these beings are so bright, so brilliant, why are they providing us with such an obscure message in such an obscure way? Why not just land and drop the plans on the ground?
Oh, I could kiss that person. Thank you so much for asking that question. I really wanted to answer or say this.
Go right ahead.
Why the crop circles? Exactly for that reason. Why don't they just come down and say hello? Well, folks, the beings of the light have shown up. And Art, where you are out there, you're around Area 51, aren't you?
Oh, yes.
I think they have tour buses that go through there every day, don't they? You can go through the whole thing.
Well, no, not tour buses. Now, if you go to the VFW up the street here in Pahrump, Nevada, at about 4:30 or 5 in the morning, you will see buses. The government doesn't even admit Area 51 exists, but
I know what you're saying.
But they do. They've got buses up there, and on the side of the bus, Doug, it says Area 51, and that's where they pick up the employees and take them up to this place that does not exist.
Okay. What I'm getting at here is and we're going to walk right by these folks. We don't need it. But the extraterrestrials they're working with, you got to be an idiot if you can't understand that they are working with some extraterrestrials. They're regressive nature, negative nature. But in contrast to the secrecy going on there, here we have formations being created in fields of magnificent structure, of extreme detail. And nothing is hurt. Not one grain of, one stalk of grain is harmed. It's just gently bent.
That's true.
Tremendous respect for our planet, for everything, right down to a single stalk of grain. Okay. These are messages of intent, and this goes on and on. We can talk about that. But what is the bottom line for the crop circles? And what they're doing is, in giving us these gifts, is that they're raising our knowledge. And when we all, or most of the world understands, have received these gifts, the consciousness of humanity, the mass consciousness, will increase.
So instead of dumping all of this communication upon us at once, Doug, they are, as the trainer does with the dolphin, beginning with the simplistic forms of communication.
Exactly. And what you're seeing here is, you're seeing some folks, like I said, of the light, that are extremely polite. They have an ethical standard that would blow us away.
Okay, well that makes sense. I mean, if you tried to give a dolphin a hand signal to jump through a hoop, a dolphin that had never been trained, you would get absolute zero in response. So in that same sense then, they're beginning with us with the simplistic and expecting us to catch on. And Doug, you're the first one I know that's caught on. Relax, we'll be back and we will get the phone lines opened. I hope you all are going aha as I have been. Isn't this something? I've got the man who has figured out crop circles. The book he wrote is called The Gift, The Crop Circles Deciphered. He is a commercial airline pilot named Doug Ruby. He still flies. So we're not going to talk a lot about that aspect of his career because he would like to keep it, and you can't blame him. He flies the big planes, 737s and on up. And that's all we'll say about that. This man has got it, folks. I feel it. I know it. Intuitively, I know it. It all makes sense. Crop circles are meant to be spun, to be rotated. Before you can understand them, you spin them. When you do, what you've got are the plans for a ship, a spaceship, a saucer. In the later crop circles, what you have are plans for the power plant. A power plant that would utilize energy that some call 0 point. There are many, many names for it. Energy that is all about us. In a moment, I've got a surprise for you. Like a circle in a spiral, like a wheel within a wheel. Never ending or beginning or some half-forgotten reel, like the images you find in the windmills of your mind. The more I think about this, the synchronicities in themselves resonate with a gut feeling that he, my guest, Doug Ruby, is exactly right. He has figured out crop circles. They are a message. Once again, I'm going to bring Doug back on the air. Doug, are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right. Doug, I've got somebody who wants to say a couple of words. You may or may not know him or ever have heard of him. His name is Richard Hoagland. He was a science advisor to Walter Cronkite. He advised NASA at one time and has won the Engstrom Science Award. And he's been listening to you in Manhattan this morning. And I think he had the same kind of experience I did as he listened. Richard, are you there?
I am here. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning, Richard, and congratulations. I'm quite familiar with you, and I've read your book.
Congratulations yourself. You know, someone tried to give me your book months and months and months ago, and I took a look at either an advertisement or something, and I said at that point, oh, my God, I've got to look at this. He's on to it. And then because so much stuff comes in and we don't have staff, it disappeared. So tonight, I'm about to go to bed. It's been a very hectic week, and I've been up very late listening to this guy named Bell who keeps having these people on, and they talk about all kinds of stuff. And the phone rings. And it's this guy named Bell saying, nope, you can't go to bed. You got to stay up and listen to this one. So here I am by the computer, droopy-eyed, going through some of my mail over in Enterprise, and I'm listening, and I'm listening, and I'm saying, oh, my God, it's the guy. And, of course, you've got it. I think he's got it, folks. And it really tickles me because, of course, the key is rotation. But if I may make one small caveat, it's not just about ships. It's about everything.
Absolutely.
Because this is an energy mechanism. It's a vehicle transport. It's the keys to the kingdom that can be applied to everything from vehicles all the way up to probably planets and beyond.
Absolutely.
And there's some very interesting connections in that regard of the crop circles with things that look suspiciously like planets and the moon, et cetera, et cetera. And that's part of some of the quiet work we've been looking at, that we may get to someday to talk about. But there is a tremendous convergence here. Earlier in the week, Art had a gentleman named Gene Maloff on, former chief science writer at MIT, who was previewing an ABC telecast earlier this week on Wednesday of a so-called free energy technology, and a technology which could radically reduce in the space of a couple of hours radioactivity from uranium-235 or 238, I guess, that would have taken billions of years to do. And it was literally done on a time-lapse camera. This physics, this technology that someone, and I really think you're exquisitely right about the gift, is trying to provide in the most crystal clear prime directive, Gene, are you listening, mechanism, is precisely right in terms of which side of the force we're talking about. And it is so antithetical to the paranoia, the fear, the weirdness, the woo-woo factor, all the nonsense of UFOs is exemplified in the exact opposite, in these incredible, artistic, and overwhelmingly affirming formations that are so democratically available. And someone, the person that you want to kiss, the person who asked that question, sure, if they landed on the White House lawn and gave it to us, it wouldn't mean anything. We have to be part of the equation. We have to be figuring it out. We must be a participant.
And what are we doing? We're doing that, Richard. We're
That's exactly what's going on, and that's why it's the right thing to go on, and that's why I'm losing more sleep.
Somebody named Sean in Yucca Valley sent the following. Perhaps crop circles are a cosmic IQ test for the human race. If we succeed in deciphering the symbolism, we're rewarded with the secret of interstellar propulsion. If we fail, who knows?
Well, let me amplify. If we succeed, we're rewarded with our future. If we fail, I really fear for what's going to happen. This is not just an IQ test. This is kind of, are we going to pass the bar exam and go on to matriculate? There's some big-time stuff coming up, and somebody wants us to get with the program, and they want us to reach for it so that when we get it, it's ours. We've internalized it. We own it. It isn't totally a gift. We have to work for it.
You're exactly correct there. And not only that, but a human is going to introduce this to humans.
Yep.
And by taking this long period of time here, we're seeing a tremendous patience and politeness and consideration from these beings. And
well, it's a respect for who we really are.
Exactly.
And the thing that has bothered me so much about a lot of the UFO stuff, which is why I stay light years away from it, except tonight, is that so much of the so-called contact material, the channel material, the whatever you want to call it, has an incredible whining, manipulative tone to it.
Yes.
The thing that is so strikingly different about what's been appearing in England and in other parts of the world is that it just sits there. You can appreciate it aesthetically. You can go lie down in it. Or you can, do numbers and geometry and analyses, or you can have this incredible conceptual leap which you had, which is really, I got to take my hat off to you. It was an astonishing leap to figure out the code key to spin these things to make them 3D, like Nick's message regarding Stan Tenon's stuff. If you don't know about Stan Tenon's material, I heartily recommend you to the Mayru Foundation website. The point is, there is a total different feeling tone. And coming from me, I'm sure that's going to raise some eyebrows from some folks out there, to the crop circle, quote, message. It's the same kind of tone we get in the message of Sidonia, in the geometry, the identical geometry that we have found on Mars and on the Moon in the artifacts. And there's a consistency here, which, by the way, is going to continue because, as Art knows, we've been playing around with a certain piece of NASA video. And not next week when I'm on to talk about some new breakthroughs on another part of this, but in the next 3 weeks, sometime hopefully before Roswell, we will have some things to say about the STS-80 tape, and lo and behold, there is a consistency there which echoes some of your decoding in the crops in England.
There sure as hell is, because that would be the technology that would be demonstrated in the video, wouldn't it, Richard?
Yep. Now, messages to be received, and, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, have to be redundant. The core of communication is you can't trust that by the time your message gets to your intended receiver,
right,
noise has not interfered.
Right.
So, echoing what our friend tonight has been talking about, many years ago, starting back in '88 when my friend at ABC went to England as part of the ABC crew and actually took some photographs of the crop circles and sent them to me, and I started asking the question myself, how can there be two different phenomena on two separate worlds, meaning the ruins and then this inexplicability in England, and them not possibly have some commonality, some common theme? So I started quietly looking at the numbers. And in those days, this is like, the Dark Ages, no one was doing surveys and surveying of crop circles. For one thing, they were circles back then, remember?
Sure.
They're very simple.
That's exactly what Doug said.
Yep. They started very, very,
circle.
very simple.
Yeah.
But no one was walking them off, measuring them, using theodolites, using any surveyor's transits, anything. So getting real accurate numbers was very difficult. And finally, there was one, I think it was Cheesefoot Head, which was the one that we cracked, the first one, and it appears in monuments. And that one turned out to have what I call tetrahedral numbers, meaning sacred geometry numbers. And because those numbers were the same as those we'd found out from measuring geometry at the ruins on Mars, to me, there was, that aha, and I said, okay, it's somebody trying to tell us the same stuff. But
Doug
I have to take my hat off.
Yeah, Doug put the final piece.
I did not leap to this incredible breakthrough, which is it had to be raised in 3D and rotated, and then the whole thing makes sense.
It makes sense.
It's a major aha.
I really appreciate that, Rich. I have a present for you. What I'm seeing here, what I've been seeing, it blows me away. We haven't mentioned it yet tonight. But what they did with this power plant is they took what they saw in nature in our solar system as the planets turn. If you took these elliptical orbits and made them circular, and a fella has already run all this out for you, and I've been reading his material. What they've done is they've duplicated nature and done it synthetically. And what you're looking at with your material dovetails with this power plant, believe it or not.
See, when you say power plant, for a lot of people, they're thinking, ships, airplanes, and obviously, given your current profession and background, you'd be thinking in terms of that. When I'm thinking power plant, I'm thinking, prime movers, first causes. I'm thinking of a physics that runs the universe.
Yes.
By which the solar system operates.
Yes.
And there is, by the way, a rather remarkable correspondence in terms of sizes, dimensions, ratios, and numbers of the solar system with the things we found at Cydonia, with the things you found in the crop circles, with the things that you found. And all that is trying to tell us I believe, meta message. There's nothing small or trivial about this. And I'm extraordinarily pleased to be asked to be on to basically thank you in person.
Well, I appreciate the compliment coming from you. It's a tremendous honor.
Richard, we're going to end this now, but you're going to be here Tuesday night,
Wednesday morning.
My birthday, by the way.
Well, we picked that specifically. We have a major new breakthrough and a major set of predictions for some pretty astonishing things that we think are going to happen on the NASA front in about the next 2 to 2.5 weeks. And we're going to give the background. We've got time to do it. We're going to put it on the web. That's what I have to finish doing. We're going to lay out all the I's and dot the T's, or dot the I's and cross the T's so people can follow the process. But this is going to be, I believe, a breakthrough summer in many directions.
Yes.
And a part of it we're going to be able to talk about next week.
All right. That's enough of a tease. I appreciate your coming on this morning, Richard. But
Can I go to bed now?
You can go to bed now. Thank you, Richard.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Good night. I thought that was important to do, Doug, because Richard's work and your work spin together.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Pun intended. I would like to begin to allow the audience to start to ask questions. But there are so many questions coming in from facts, people asking about other ways this might be done. For example, please ask Doug if there's any reason why a 1/4 inch or 3/8 inch variable speed drill couldn't be used as a spinning device. Many people have a drill motor in their home now.
The problem with that is you could use a drill, but the thing is stabilizing this thing and mounting it to the drill. You could put it in the drill bit and spin it if you had a stand that you could place the drill bit in. You could do it. It'd be a little slow, but it would work.
One other question. You're not the computer expert in the family, but this is a good question. Art, just a thought. Can you put a crop circle on a computer screen and make it spin?
Yes, you can.
You can?
Yes, you can. That was done, well, we've done it. But we don't have access to the real good hardware, which is quite expensive. It was done in England in Glastonbury last year by Michael Glickman, who spun about 3 of them like that. Had a good friend in London that was what he worked in and ran the thing out for him. What you have to do is draw it on the screen, and then use the software to spin it. And that has been done, but they can't.
All right. Trust me when I tell you, we've got a lot of really heavy-duty computer people listening right now to us. And if there is not existent software, they will come up with it quickly.
Well, I can also tell you this, is that when Fred, who is my CAD man, who did all the diagrams in the book, as we went through these, and of course they're all in color on the screen, assigned colors. We just went, and the crispness of it, we just went, this stuff was intended to be in the computer. There is no doubt about that. And from it's just something of course we can't do with a book, but you could definitely, the software is out there to spin them on the screen. We've already done that, but we can't put out anything where we can get up to a good enough speed.
Doug, are we on a timeline?
Yeah.
That fact that we got a little earlier, in other words, we're supposed to some sort of cosmic IQ test. I have written a book myself called The Quickening, and it suggests that human events, all areas of them, politics, social, economic, environmental, everything is beginning to speed up at an exponential rate. And I can feel in every part of my being that we are headed toward an event.
Yeah.
I'm not a prophet, so I don't know what that event is, but I just know that we are speeding our way toward an event.
Yes.
And I think we're on some kind of timeline. You feel that?
Absolutely. We're about to enter a period of revelation. And part of that is if you want to participate if we want to participate and have the light being, beings of the light here, we're going to have to place a lot more interest in these formations in the crop circles. And because what they want to do, and they're very polite and considerate folks, but they're not going to walk into your house unless they're invited. They're not going to come to this planet unless they're invited, and we have to invite them. And how you do that is you just say a little prayer and you invite them. Before you do that, you'd better understand what the information they're conveying, and that's what they're doing. And in giving us this time to decipher these formations, a bonding process will take place.
All right. Hold it right there, Doug. We'll be right back. Get a pencil and paper, everybody. When I come back, I'm going to tell you how to get my book, an autographed version of it. Time is short. And we'll tell you how to get a Doug's book as well. You've got to wonder. And I bet my guest does. We're going to ask him, why an airline pilot? Why would the gift, the understanding, the revelation, come to an airline pilot? Some people might say, well, he flies. He probably looked down and saw these formations. Wrong. I asked him about that. At the altitude he flies, the big airplanes, you don't see them anyway. So that isn't where it came from. I wonder if he knows where it came from. We'll ask. And then we're going to go to the phones. So if you have questions, or you're as astonished as I am, and you just want to express that, you're welcome to call. My fax machine is burning up. back now to my guest, and I'm going to first ask Doug the question I promised to ask. Doug, you're a pilot, commercial pilot, but that isn't where all this came from. And so I guess my question is, what's your best guess? I mean, why you?
Well, I think I was, and I don't mean to get flaky on the folks, but as I look back on it, I think I was chosen. Maybe my lifestyle, what I've done in my life, the way I've handled myself. And the other thing is that I see is, I think 3D. It doesn't matter if you turn me upside down or which way. I can see things dimensionally immediately. In other words, I have a bird brain. And this has been a real attribute in dealing with this phenomena.
I guess different people have different talents. Doug, do you think there's anything in your background of flying that had anything at all to do with your ability to see this?
Yes, because as I mentioned before, the last half of this book deals with, it becomes a flight manual. I'm showing you how, explaining how a saucer ship, a saucer operates. We go into ascent, descent, lateral motion, longitudinal motion, angular motion, and hovering, and how it actually, the machine does this.
And you back that up with images, I take it, in the book.
Oh, yeah, there's 72 photographs, about 57 diagrams in the book.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me pause you 1 second and tell everybody we're about to give you information on books. So, and then we're going to go to the phones. My book, I have written a book called The Quickening, which I described a little while ago, and I'm like a rattlesnake that's rattling. I'm telling you right now, you cannot wait any longer because pretty soon I'm going to stop signing books. So if you've been procrastinating, stop now. It's the hardback version, 337 pages. It's called The Quickening. If you want an autographed first edition copy, I'm going to give you the number right now to order. Don't wait any longer, because if you do, you're going to lose out. The number is 1-800-864-7991. That's 1-800-864-7991. And now, Doug's book, The Gift, The Crop Circles Deciphered. Doug, is there a phone number people can call to get it? That's the easiest.
Yeah, the easiest is Paul, my publisher with Blue Note Publications, has got an 800 number. I don't know if it's good in Canada, but it's 1-800-624-0401. They take credit cards and send it out the same day.
Yeah, they finally started doing that with my book, too. When you first get going, they get boggled down, and I'm afraid your publisher is in for a real busy day today. So they will send it out the next day, or if they get bogged down, within days.
Sure. No, yeah, very soon. He's quick. Let me give him just a couple more numbers if somebody's out of the country.
All right, let me repeat the number first. It's 1-800-624-0401.
Okay, and another, just a telephone number is 407-799-2583.
583. Now, are these 24-hour numbers?
No, they're there during the day. If you want to fax it in, it's 799-1942. Fax is on 24 hours.
Wait a minute. Give me the fax number again. 799.
It's 407-799-1942.
All right.
You can just leave your address, and if you want a credit card number, they're extremely honest. They'll just charge you for it and get the book out.
All right. So within the contiguous USA, probably Alaska and Hawaii, hopefully, 1-800-624-0401, or if that fails, or you're in Canada, area code 407-799-2583, or the fax number, area code 407-799-1942. We got that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's talk to some people out there. On the wildcard line, you're on the air with Doug. Hello.
Hi, how are you, Art?
Okay.
Doug, this is really fascinating.
Would you speak up for us good and loud and tell us where you are?
I'm in Waco, Texas.
Waco, all right.
And I was listening to you, and I was wondering if anyone had drawn any similarities here between what you're discussing and Carl Sagan's book, Contact, except for the means of the transmission of the message. It's very similar.
Yes, I know what you're saying, and that's exactly what we're getting. We're getting extraterrestrial contact here. People are looking all over for it all the time. Discussion, is it real or not? You've got contact sitting in your backyard with the crop circles.
It's hiding in plain sight.
And it's right in front of you. And if you want to have a trip of your life, go over there this summer or next summer, and you're going to have a wonderful time. It's just head out on M4 out of London, and an hour and a half later you're in Marlborough, and you're right there at the barge inn. And
yeah, let me ask you about that. You went Stonehenge, didn't you?
Yes.
Is it worth asking, particularly for you, what was it like to actually be in the middle of one, Doug?
Well, it's awesome. For me, it was if I ever had religious experience in my life, you want to call it that, that's what it was. The energies, you become forgetful. The energies really affect you there within these formations. And I was lucky that the first day I got there, the very first morning, I met up with Ilis, who's coordinator for crop circles for the United States, and her and another gal were heading out to look at a crop circle, and I look up on a hill and never seeing one in real life. I said, "Is that something up on that hill?" And the two of the girls went, "Oh my God," and tore up this road, and they had just been formed that night. They were brand new. Only the farmer and his daughter had been in the field, and we were the first in there was two formations on one field. And by the way, this field was on a hill, and that hill, there's ruins of a castle on it, and it's where King Charles died in combat. Huh. So the history here sort of overwhelms you. And that was an unbelievable experience. I spent a week over there.
I can imagine. So you can feel an energy within them. There are a lot of people in this country, researchers. Linda Moulton Howe deals with researchers, and they go out and they examine the crop that has been turned down, as you point out, gently, in a way that could not possibly be done by a couple of dunces named Doug and Dave with boards and chains. They detect molecular changes in the crops, a very interesting molecular change that cannot quite be duplicated, but is very similar to microwave energy.
Exactly.
And I'm trying to think of the doctor's name, which ends in good, Dr. something good.
Living's good, isn't it?
That might be it, or something like that. And he's extensively tested them. He's found a few fakes, but by and large, most of them have shown these strange molecular changes. So do you have any hint, any idea how they're formed?
Sure. You can use dowsing rods over there. And some people can't use a dowsing rod. But when we first went into these formations this morning, Ilis, she's already, the girls are in the circle. I'm still walking up saying, "Aren't you going to say anything to the farmer?" And they said, "Oh, forget the farmer." They were so excited. And Ilis said, "Stop," before I entered the circle. "Take your shoes off." And she handed me the dowsing rods. And as I walked in the circle, the rods, the minute I entered the circle, the rods closed on me. She says, "They will either close or they were open. What you're entering is an energy barrier."
Huh.
These formations are formed by an ultrasound, which might be up in the frequencies of microwave. And this energy remains in the field for quite some time. And how they're formed very rapidly. For instance, last year, in the same area where your formation that you've got on the internet that was just formed yesterday, this snowflake type geometrical formation, right about in the same area, last year they had the Julia set.
Right.
And this thing was 915 feet in length.
Right.
And I'm just reading off of this. Is from Colin Andrews, back of it here. And this gives you a real quick idea on how quickly they're formed and what's happening here. I'm going to read this. A light aircraft pilot, Mr. Rodney Taylor, was flying a passenger over Stonehenge at 5:30 p.m. They looked down from the aircraft as they flew around the area on their return to Thurston near Andover, Hampshire. Both men are certain that the very large pattern was not in the wheat field at this time. Just 45 minutes later, at 6:15 p.m., the passenger from his aircraft drove his car past the henge on the major highway, A303, and saw the circles in the field with people already stopping to look at them. He goes on to say, this agrees with numerous eyewitness reports around the world of people who claim to have witnessed the crop circles forming.
As a matter of fact, I believe that pilot signed a deposition. Now, interestingly, again, on the one that we've just got on the internet, folks, there's a brand new Stonehenge crop circle. If you're just tuning in, God, I hope you're not. Hope you've been listening. We've got it on our website right now, which is www.artbell.com. Now, if you look at this crop circle, you'll notice that there are tire tracks not only within the crop circle, but beyond it, indicating that the farmer had been doing work on that field, perhaps not even knowing that he was going right across this crop circle. Is that possible?
What you're seeing there are they're called tram lines, and as I recall, they're about 60 feet, separated by about 60 feet. And these are the way they irrigate their fields over there. Is they have these long metal structures on these wheels, and they'll go across two or three of these. And these tram lines are formed by the wheels. So they were in the field when the formation appeared.
He says. So that also gives us a manner, then, of measuring distance.
Yes, it is.
I've got you. All right, here we go. East of the Rockies, you are on the air with Doug Ruby. Hi.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Where are you?
My name's Dan, and I'm in Virginia.
Yes, Dan.
I'm becoming an insomniac. There's so much information coming out here in the last 3 or 4 days talking about a quickening. I know. It's overwhelming.
I know.
All the answers are just falling into place here.
I know.
And the thing I wanted to ask Doug about is I think he has more here than a schematic, for a new power system. I think he has keys to unlocking the consciousness of mankind here.
That's absolutely correct. This phenomena is on a subconscious level also. It's affecting us.
And Robert Morning Sky, I read his book, and he worked with the crop circles, in tying it in with the prophecies of the Hopis.
Yes.
And he does an incredible thing. And when I got his book and read it, I saw a ship. I said, these things are showing a ship of some kind. And then he took it, one step further. So I sure hope Robert Morning Sky, can make contact with you, because I think you two guys got a lot to talk about.
All right, my friend, thank you. There are going to be a lot of people who are going to be literally, Doug, as a result of what they're hearing this morning, combined with what we have done, they're going to be jumping up and down. I believe this is it. And how long have you been dealing with this experience?
Since the very beginning of 1994, January 1st of 1994.
That must be hard to contain, in a lot of ways. In other words, obviously, with your career, you probably can't go to a lot of the people you work with and try to talk to them about this, can you?
No, that's not true. I don't advertise this a lot, but I have a lot of friends out there, and pilots like to talk about these things. It doesn't matter what you're talking about. It's
to each other.
To each other. Oh, yeah, this is close. It's not, they don't take it home, they don't take it anywhere. It's between the pilots. And that doesn't matter if it's a female or a male. It's just a bond we have.
Okay. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Doug Ruby. Hi.
Hi.
You're on the air.
Okay.
Where are you?
My name's Stephen. I'm in Victoria, British Columbia.
All right.
where to start without putting my feet in my mouth at the same time. I think one of the reasons why Doug has been able to figure this out is because of his perspective. And if you sort of think about it, who better to know what's going on in the world and realize that a change has to take place than an airline pilot, in the sense that he's like a guardian angel for the people he's carrying around and for the planet. You know, you can actually see the pollution, the problems, and everything else that are actually going on in the world because you're so involved in it. And whether or not you actually believe in reincarnation or anything else like that, which I do, you're here at this place, doing this at this place in time because whether we're ready for it or not, it has to happen. And if it does get figured out, which I know it is going to, it'll benefit everybody. And it's sort of along the lines of allowing the meek to inherit the earth, because anybody can use it, anybody can build it, and it's not going to cost them their soul.
You're absolutely, I agree with you wholeheartedly on all of it, Stephen. And to go on just a little bit from that, the ego is absent from me. I am your servant and the Creator's servant.
Yeah.
I appreciate the call, Stephen, from Canada. There's something, this is totally off course from where we've been going, but I want to ask it for the sake of the audience. Many of us sat here on the ground and watched Comet Hale-Bopp, one of the most spectacular things that I've ever seen in my whole life. I live out here in the desert. We had a very clear view. But I can only imagine what that comet must have been like at, what are typical altitudes that you fly at?
The highest we go is 42,000.
42.
And we're usually down in the mid-range of the 30s, depending on the weight of the aircraft. But you're absolutely right. That Hale-Bopp sat out there out our front window night after night, and we'd have the flight attendants come up and take a look. And you know, everybody was just in awe of this thing. It was absolutely beautiful. And you could see both tails and some evenings with it.
Oh, boy. I've heard stories from some people who were passengers during that time that occasionally pilots would make turns so passengers could get a look at the comet. Did you ever do that?
Well, I don't know if I cheap appreciate this, but we would turn the lights out in the cabin on when we had the right visibility. Ask the folks first if they'd like to see the comet from that altitude. Turn the lights out in the cabin. We make a couple of 360s, and so both sides of the aircraft could all the folks there could take a look at it.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, that's what life's about, fun.
Yeah, even commercial pilots have fun, I'm sure. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you a funny little story about that when we come back. First time caller line, you're on the air with the author of The Gift, The Crop Circles Deciphered, Doug Ruby.
Good evening, Art, and good evening, Doug. This is Debbie. I'm calling from Puyallup, Washington.
Hi.
And it's going to be difficult to be articulate when my jaw's on the floor, but
I hear you.
This is a great subject. All of your subjects are great, Art. My question for Doug is, we already know what the government has done with any contact they've had with this type of technology from this type of source. It's hidden away, it's denied, everything else. And I'm just wondering what makes Doug think that this technology will be built and we will actually do something with it when it probably will cost a lot of money, and that means the more elite people of our society will have access to it first, and we don't know what.
Well, we can enlarge on that question, and the question might be, how do you know that there are not others who have done what Doug has done, and that this technology already exists? Doug, you think that's possible?
Absolutely. They've got it. They've got it now.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 12, 1997.
I see trees of green. I forgive you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful. I see skies of blue and clouds, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night, and I think to myself,
Somewhere in Time with Art Bell continues, courtesy of Premier Network.
It's been a very interesting week, hasn't it? Good morning, I'm Art Bell.
the colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also the face of people going by. And I never knew.
You know, sometimes the most complex things are really the simplest. Complexity versus simplicity. Things that we contemplate as being incredibly complex that are actually very, very simplistic. You know, when you listened to what Doug said over the hours, in a way it seems so simple, but it really wasn't. Nobody else figured it out. Nobody else knew what it meant. Nobody else knew how to approach it, and for some reason, you call it, I can't. He knew. What a program. This is a question. I've been wanting to know about these crop circles. I mean, inside, I knew that there was a puzzle to be deciphered here. I knew these really meant something. And I have never had anybody on any program, and I've done a lot of programs on this subject. Many, many, many. And I've never had anybody who has been within light years of the understanding that Doug has obviously got. He's got it. This is the answer. There is no way that anybody can listen to those 2 hours, particularly, without going, I get it. Finally, I understand. And this is going to lead to some pretty tremendous things for our society, I do believe. I think this fellow's right on the money. You may be reminded of the old Close Encounters of the Third Kind. When the fellow was putting the mashed potatoes together, driven, compelled to do what he was doing, this pilot that we spoke with, Doug, a commercial pilot, was driven in exactly the same way. The only thing is, he's come away with the answers. I mean, I've been doing talk radio a lot of years, and I know when a bomb has gone off, and a bomb has gone off. The information imparted tonight is going to end up resulting in research that is going to change many, if not most, aspects of our lives. Maybe even in our lifetimes. I just know he's right. He's right. That's all there is to it. He's right. But under any circumstance, I'm telling you, this is the most definitive, clear, obvious work on crop circles I've ever heard in my whole life. It comes from an airline pilot. Of all places, you know, people ask me about my program, and I think tonight, and maybe all week, has been a particularly poignant example of why it works the way it works. It's unplanned.
utterly, totally, completely unplanned.
The new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is here, now available for Android as well as iPhone. For Coast Insiders, it offers the ability to download the most recent shows so you can listen to them at your leisure. The new app also has listen live and streaming features, plus recaps, context, and upcoming show info. Coast Insiders with Android System 4.0 and above, or iPhone. Check out our new app at the Google Play or iTunes stores, or link from the Coast website. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
First of all, I want to just thank you for bringing everyone out here the cornucopia of this phenomenal knowledge. I don't know of anyone else that I've ever listened to in radio that just fills my brain and stimulates me. But, you know, I was listening to the show and I thought to myself, do you think, George, the common citizen such as you or I, really has any hope towards the future of any privacy or anything else?
I think we do. I think eventually so many people will see the light, see what you see what I see, that eventually they're going to say enough is enough. And I think that we do have a future, and we're going to win in the long run. It's going to be bumpy along the way. Not going to be easy, but we will get there. That's my take, and you know what? As long as I can continue on the airwaves and tell people this, I shall.
Okay. Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night. But you know, you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work and again on the way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 3 years. As a member, you'll have access to our monthly live chat sessions with George Noory and special guests. The Coast Insiders Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests and topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. Now, we take you back to the past on Art Bell Somewhere in Time.
Back now to Doug Ruby, the man who has deciphered crop circles. Doug, there's a lot of people that want to talk to you, so we'll use the balance of this hour, if we can, to let you talk with them. Wes, if that's all right.
Art, I just want to mention, we were talking to Debbie, and she'd asked us a question. You went on commercial. But she was asking about these formations and the information about this power plant or energy machine.
Right.
And being divulged to that it was. Does the government have this now, or is it in possession of anybody here on the planet?
And you had answered yes.
Yes. But I wanted to follow that up and answer the rest of her question and tell her that as soon as I got this thing nailed, I'm giving it to all of you. It's not mine. It's not in my possession. It was never meant for me. It was meant for you. And I am nothing but the conduit through which these people have reached you. Therefore, I'm releasing it to the public, all of it. And it's a dangerous move, but it's what they want. Only because it could go into folks' hands that work on the fear of motivation instead of the love.
I understand. But the safest place for you to be is where you are right now, very public. Once, the genie's out of the bottle here, Doug.
That's right.
And that really makes you safe. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Doug Ruby. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you?
I'm in North Hollywood. My name is Lou.
Okay.
Never called before. Thank you for having me on. I have a couple of things, and I'll try to be very brief.
Okay.
I agree with the man in Virginia that this is much larger than planets and UFOs. I think it has something to do with thoughts or things, energy. The law, wisdom, magic of the universe is energy. having said that, I have a question for Doug.
Okay.
When I went to Stonehenge, the friend that I was with said, "Gee, what's the sense of this, or what's this about?"
Yeah.
And I stood on the top of this hill, and I turned, what is that, 360 degrees? And I said, "You can see 360 degrees. You can see, it's like looking at the world from here. Is there a pattern of these crop circles around Stonehenge in any way? Is there a pattern in which they've fallen on the earth there? Do you understand my question?"
Exactly, and you're absolutely correct. There are ley lines, there are lines of energy extending out from Stonehenge to other ancient megalithic sites all around that area for 80, 90 miles. Many of these formations form right on these ley lines, and the one we had talked about earlier, the Julia set, is smack on two of those ley lines, and Stonehenge is right in the middle of those ley lines, and that's going to magnetic north.
Okay. I have another thing, if you've completed that question, that answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
1958, my husband was in the Air Force, and I was newly married. I was 18. And we were looking for a place to live, and there was an old gentleman around behind Lancaster, I believe, around several miles out of Avenue E, who took us into his barn, you might say a single-story barn, and showed us what he said was a flying saucer. And it looked something like, it was about 16 to 18 inches high, circular, about 12 or 14 inches across, and it resembled what looks like the Capitol Records building. Art, if you've seen the Capitol Records building in Hollywood.
Of course.
I have no other information than that. I was 18. I didn't question him any further, but he said it flew. Does this resemble anything that you were trying to explain to us, Doug, about what this combination of layers of discs would look like if you'd seen a picture of the Capitol Records building?
I don't know what that building looks like. I can tell you that there have been folks around since I've been in this in the last 3 or 4 years that I've come in contact with that have built machines, have built saucers, model saucers, have flown them, and they work on magnetics. What we're into with this is a totally different energy, although those magnetics do work with this energy, and I should probably retract that statement. For instance, if you went with just a simple little Levitron top that you can buy out of magazines, the instructions with that thing say you're going to have to take off some weight to put them on from day to day or from the morning to the afternoon.
I advertise the Levitron. I've got one here.
Okay, I play with it too. So what I'm saying to you is why is that? Is gravity changing? No. This thing is working in conjunction with this energy, and this energy floats like clouds around every day with it. And in other words, there's more of it at some times and less of it at other times, and that's why these guys in their laboratories, and they turn on their free energy machine, it either freezes up or heats up because they can't modulate it for the amount of energy that's present at that time.
Oh my God! So you're saying that's why the Levitron, and you're absolutely right. People who've played with it out there know one day you've got to have one little weight on there. The next day you've got to make a little change to make it work.
That's right. And through the magnetics, the spinning of that, it's interacting with this energy. Well, I retract. I'm sorry I said that, Lou. Yes, I mean they have been touching on it. What we're looking at here is the frosting on the cake for. I mean, this is the real wow stuff out there.
Yeah, this really is the wow stuff. Have you had the opportunity to sit down with a good scientist and explain this? Will they listen?
I did that for the book. When I got into the physics, I was Daffy Duck, and I did have a friend that was a physicist, and we sat down for a good afternoon. And I shot a lot of questions at him about this. We came to some determinations. I run through this in the book, when we start getting into the power plant in the back of the book. As far as I could go at that point, I've gone a lot farther than that now. But he didn't understand a lot of what I was saying. But we did come to some conclusions. He did not understand whatsoever this energy source. The whole thing, he just said, we just came to some common sense conclusions with it. And he also pointed me towards a couple of books to read from physicists who wrote for the layman, and from those I gleaned a lot of information, and I passed that on to the reader what I had sieved out of it that should be related, because you don't want to get into all these particles.
Sure. You said something a little while ago I can't let go. You said that you know of some people that have used what you have learned, your virtual manual, flight manual, you called it, to build some saucers?
No, I misstated myself. What I'm saying is that there are individuals out there that have built saucers that they have flown by remote control models, okay?
Yep.
And they are now quite paranoid. They were told never to touch this again and don't talk to anybody about it, and if they didn't want to do that, there would be severe consequences. So that's where they're at with it. It's a dangerous arena to get into for some odd reason.
Let me read this to you, see if it makes sense. Doug has likened crop circles to the hand and voice gestures used by an animal trainer to communicate with a dolphin. The trainer begins with simplistic commands and gestures. And as the animal learns, the gestures become more complex and begin to build off one another. But just as a parent wouldn't teach a child to run before they had learned to walk, one would think a trainer wouldn't teach an animal complex tasks before the animal had learned and demonstrated they had learned the basics. It would be futile from the perspective of the trainer and totally confuse the dolphin. If crop circles are elaborate hand gestures, in quotes, to the human race, why would they have grown in complexity over the last 7 years if no one yet understood them? One would think they would only grow in complexity if there was some evidence of learning, some demonstrative form of understanding, which begs the question, who's learning, and how is this learning being demonstrated?
Good question.
You bet. That's from Mark in Los Angeles, actually.
They're right here, Mark. We're not dealing with somebody that's off-planet sending this stuff across space and saying, oh, I hope they receive this message. They're right here. They know I've done this. They know this show's on tonight, and they're probably very happy, I would say. So I hope that answered your question. By the complexity, even though everything came to a halt there for a few years with the hoaxers, things are becoming more on track all the time. You're going to see some more programs on crop circles, and the crop circles are coming back. Even though what you see out there in the media is so stifled in this country that it's tough to get any information on it, it is coming back again.
Doug, after tonight, you are going to be approached by a number of television programs who are going to want to bring cameras and get a visual demonstration of what you have so exquisitely laid out tonight.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to happen, Doug. Are you willing to do that?
Yes. This is my job, Art.
All right. This represents from Honolulu, Hawaii, many faxers, Doug. Please ask Doug if he has ever viewed his spinning model with a strobe light or different flash rates and varying model RPMs. This might show up yet more information.
Very perceptive, absolutely. And with the newer crop circles out, much of the harmonics, the speeds, we're getting into something here with the planets and how what they did with this machine is they looked at the planets, the energy between the planets. This is involved in the machine, rings, harmonics of the spheres, and I do use a strobe, and I use halogen lights.
Oh, really?
And I've just finished my newest machine, the third one here, and this is got a Variac with it. I can run it at a very specific speed, and I got an RPM meter on it. I need this. I got it because they're giving us all the information. I don't need to know a bunch of mathematics. I can just read it off a meter.
Doug, when you get that public, really public, and the television shows are going to come, they've got the numbers, they're going to call, your publisher is going to be contacting you. I guarantee it's going to happen because it's a visual thing, and the TV programs are definitely going to go for it. I can guarantee it. As you become more and more public, Doug, there becomes more and more of a threat to your career, and I want to ask you that when we get back. So stay right where you are. And my guest has blown me away. And I've been doing this a lot of years, and it's hard to get blown away, but Doug has done it. Good morning. This is a man who has deciphered the crop circles, finally. And we'll get back to him in a moment. I've got a fax here from a PhD in San Diego, and he goes into some very heavy-duty physics here, and I would prefer to have him on the air. So I'm going to take another break in a moment and try to get him on the air and try to get him to explain this to us, if possible, in person, rather than trying to read this fax, which will come out as Greek to me. Back to our guest now. Doug, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Back to the phones. They're loaded. First time caller line. You're on the air with Doug Ruby in Florida, where it's getting late or early. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, where are you?
I'm in Portland, Oregon.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm very much interested in what Doug has had to say tonight. And I've only been listening to your program. My name is Kelly. I've only been listening to it for 3 nights.
Yes, Kelly.
And due to a good friend of mine named McIntosh here in Portland, Oregon, he informed me and keeps me informed pretty much of every one you've had on your program. And Mr. Ruby has hit upon something that has been a long-time favorite of mine, which I would like to fax him a copy of a drawing. Are you there, Mr. Ruby?
Sure am.
I would like to fax you a copy of the drawing. I've not read your book nor even been to Stonehenge.
What is your drawing, sir?
It's a wheel within a wheel. And if you read the Bible in Ezekiel,
of course,
it talks about a wheel within a wheel and wheels all about. And
it does. There's no question about it.
It sure does.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the call, and I'm sure you've heard that reference before, Doug.
I can't believe the perception of your listeners here. He's dead on. There's information in the Bible about this machine and other places. There are some written instructions out there. Good going.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Doug Ruby. Hello.
Hello. How are you, Art and Doug? We've enjoyed the show. I have a comment and a question here. You know, the timing of the crop circles when they first started appearing, and the capabilities of the money has been spent on high energy discharge devices, masers for. Of course, they originally developed supposed to be for space-based defense, but anyway, what was seen. When one of these crop circles was being formed at night, Art probably remembers somebody called in and talked about it. That is, that there was a corona, a bluish corona discharge in the ionosphere above the crop circle, which would indicate, as you brought out, microwave radiation, a very high power. Of course, it would take to do this sort of thing, but this coincides more or less with the money that's been expended to develop this sort of thing, and. His question mark there also was brought out by one of Art's callers who was in the Air Force and involved. The Air Force was experimenting with atmospheric holographic displays and this sort of thing. And here's the Office of National Reconnaissance, which is a black outfit, agency or subdivision of the National Security Agency, another black outfit, involvement in the HARP project, and of course there is something similar to the HARP project in Norway that's capable of using very high energy, in fact almost to EMP levels.
Right.
But in any case, do you see a possibility of a very high-level hoax in some of this?
All right. Well, in fact, as a matter of fact, let's convert that first to the simpler form of the question. There was Doug and Dave, and so I would ask you, Doug, how do we know that we're not involved here either in a low level, as in Doug and Dave, or high level, as in military hoax?
I think the proof is right there in front of your face. Remember something. Every TV documentary done in this country has alluded to it's all hoaxers. Any information that's coming out of out of England or around the world about crop circles is given no attention or is not put on in the mainstream of media in this country at all. There is very little information about this going on at this time or in the previous years. So what I'm saying to you is, if you want to look at the government or what you're looking at here as a scenario, I don't believe it's just the opposite. They don't want us to become attracted to these formations again. They do not want this information out. And another viewpoint of that is, these formations are so intricate, the information being conveyed. For instance, Dr. Gerald Hawkins deciphered a number of the early on simpler formations and arrived at a number of musical notes from this. And
are you referring to Stephen Hawking?
No, Gerald Hawkins.
Gerald Hawkins.
Yeah, Dr. Gerald Hawkins. And this is out in the public mainstream. I mean, it's there if you want to try to find it. I just happen to be in the crop circle, and he's working with this. What I'm saying to you is these notes are in the diatonic scale, and his observation on it was he has no idea how any intelligence could do this backwards. It boggles his mind what they back-engineered here to convey to us. And then he came up with a fifth theorem on it. So what I'm trying to say to you, I think, as a frosting on the cake with this, is that this intelligence goes way beyond anything here on this planet.
Well, I think clearly it does. And again, I'm going to ask you a question, because with the national exposure you're getting right now, Doug, and this is I'm sure it's sinking in out there hard in a lot of places. You're going to have TV coming to you, national TV and the rest of it. You have an important career. You've been at it for 30 years or so. Do you think you can deal with that and keep your career intact?
You can. The company I work for is a wonderful company. I'm well respected there, and as long as I give them the same respect, I don't think we're going to have any problem whatsoever. If we do want to look at worst case scenario, and they said, Doug, we think we ought to depart, everybody knows about this now, and we just don't really want our passengers to be upset if there should be that deep third-dimensional mindset back there. Mm-hmm. A lady early on in the program asked that question. Why do you think how do you think this information came to you? We went through that. And another answer to that is, another facet of it is, I'll go all the way with it. Until I drop. The only way they're going to stop me is to terminate me. And
if it comes to that, Doug, can you retire if you have to?
By terminate, I mean death. I mean, forget the job, for this simple reason. The importance of this information and the contact that is going on here from beings of the light, which we're going to need so desperately in our near future, weighs my entire life. Forget the job. And I will do what I have to do. If it comes to that point, I'll sacrifice whatever I got to sacrifice, but this is my job.
We talked about timelines. How short do you think it is?
Boy, I hate to touch that, Art. There's so much out there. Just for me personally, what I see a great upheaval sometime 2003. I see this some darkness through there coming up in our short future after a period of revelations, which that darkness will take part in. And then 2012, the planet's going to go fifth dimensional, and this is a big this is Pandora's box we've opened here, and we really shouldn't go any farther than that.
All right, I understand. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Doug Ruby. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Where are you?
Art Bell?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Bob. I'm calling from Plainfield, Illinois.
Hello, Bob.
Basically, Mr. Ruby, fascinating. I made a correlation very quickly here. I don't know if anybody's ever brought this to your attention. You said that the crop circles were representations of possible propulsion systems, correct?
Correct.
Or models of it. I believe 50 years ago, there was proof of your theory found with the Roswell crash when there was parts taken from it. I believe the guy's name was Jesse Raphael, the major?
No.
Okay.
Major Jesse Marcel.
Okay, that's it. I'm sorry. All right. He evidently took parts and gave it to his son to look at.
I've interviewed his son about a year ago, and you're going to refer to the hieroglyphic like
Exactly.
marks on the bars. Yes.
It's no different than a car crashing and people piecing together what's left over of a car. You can tell what it was by like schematics or diagrams. This could have been a part that represented the propulsion system on that craft.
It could have been.
It could have been. We're reaching there. I've seen what you saw on TV, and I didn't see anything there that looks anything close to this. But you're right. It could be.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Doug Ruby. Hi.
Hi. Art, I'm calling from Arizona.
Arizona. Okay.
Always a unique pleasure listening to your show.
Thank you.
I have a few quick questions for Doug. Right before one of the breaks a while back, and now just a minute ago, you had called these folks who are imparting these crop circles to us as beings of light or light beings, and mentioned something about having to say a little prayer because they're very polite and have to be asked to be here. And then a bit later, you said they're actually here and know you're on the show. Could you clarify these statements for us?
Well, if they weren't polite, we'd be French fries.
True.
Okay. I have never had any contact with these beings face to face or anything like that, okay? I am not being contacted telepathically by these beings. I do receive information. I don't know how it's done, but it's, I believe, a buzzing in the ear, okay? Especially at night when I'm sleeping. As far as being here, and then you're saying, well, you're saying they have to be invited. What I'm saying here is they must have methods to observe some of these things, some of these happenings. I was, I believe, selected to do this. I would be, it would be very favorable for me, anything they would like to observe of this manner. On the other, I don't believe they would sneak around in another dimension and look at us like we would look at fish in a fishbowl. You have definitely a good observation. Good observation.
Your company has not been involved. You've intentionally not carried this to work with you, except to talk to other pilots. But how about your wife? How's it gone? Is she reconciled now to what you have discovered? Did she have her own aha moment, or is she still going,
Yes, it's still an uh-huh. On the other hand, that's nice to have around because if there was two of us floating around the house, that wouldn't work too well. So she's my little rock in the third dimension.
I hear that.
When I float off with this stuff.
I hear that. All right. Very good. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Doug Ruby. Hi.
Hello. How come your brother Dave's not on the line with you?
Doug and Dave, that's a cute little joke, huh?
Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Actually, have you ever been abducted or?
No.
Never have?
No.
Have you, caller?
Not that I know of.
That makes three of us then. Next question?
I really don't have another question.
Well, okay, then we'll move on. First time caller line, you're on the air with Doug Ruby. Hello.
Oh, yeah, this is Scott from Reno.
Hi, Scott.
Yeah, I missed the first part of the show, and I'm just totally lost, so...
Yes, I'm sure you would be totally lost.
I got in about
all right,
2 o'clock.
then do this for me. I don't know whether in Reno they repeat the first portion of the show.
Usually at 4 o'clock, I think they do.
At 4 o'clock, all right.
Yeah,
Then,
but only till 5. Do you think that'll cover it, or?
Do you think the first hour, Doug, would be enough of a primer for him?
Probably. That's when we covered the process.
Yeah.
It'd be better if he just got the tape from you.
Yeah, I would say get the tape, and everybody get the tape. This really is important. This is a tape you should have, you should give to your friends, you should pass around. That's the advice. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Doug Ruby. Hi.
Good morning, Mr. Bell. This is Robert in San Joaquin Valley, California, sir.
Hi there.
Mr. Ruby?
Yes, sir.
It's a pleasure to be able to speak to you, sir. What I wanted to say to you is that you have been chosen, not just as a pilot, but flying above the Earth and knowing the constellations, and Orion and 19.5 and so much that you know, prior to when you started writing the book and prior to when you started piecing things together. If you think back, most likely you were touched either of feeling the surge of energy or light. There was a time, because you were chosen, as Mr. Hoagland and many others were. And if you think back, maybe you can recall. And if so, I'd sure like to hear it on the air.
All right, yeah, it's a good question. Richard is brilliant, of course, but Richard has been following this course for years and years and years, and I don't know that in the same sense that you apparently were chosen, Doug, that he was. He's brilliant, but I don't think it's the same thing. It's like something special happened to you. Do you know when?
I got to be honest with you folks. We got to come flat out with this thing. The only thing I can tell you, the only experience that I ever had in my life of a highly metaphysical nature, I was 10 years old. I was in Japan. My parents and the rest of the family had gone to, it's Easter Sunday, and the rest of my family had gone to church. I had an earlier service. For some reason, I had slept in, and I went alone. And at some time during that service, a force entered my body from my back, stayed in my body for some period of around 5 to 30 seconds. I can't tell you a time there. And this was the most powerful energy I've ever experienced in my life, and it was nothing but solid love. And when it started coming out my front and going towards the front of the church, all I remember saying is to myself, and as I looked around to see if other people were reacting the same way, and nobody was, I just said, "Don't leave, please don't leave." And then it just it left my body and went towards the front of the church. I never knew what it was. I just know that it was awesome. And that's it.
Well, as I listened to really the 2 hours, I would guess, of explanation at the beginning of the program, there was no question in my mind, Doug, I know you're right. I know you're right. You really have done what the title of your book is, let's see, The Gift, Crop Circles Deciphered. You have done that.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Doug, I've kept you up. It's got to be coming up on 6 o'clock in Florida.
Richard's in bed. Can I go to bed now, Art?
It's your turn to go to bed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and please thank your wife for me as well, who managed to download that photograph just in time.
I sure will. Would you please give me a call sometime? We'll hook up with this video for you.
You can depend on it.
Thank you, Art, and thank you, folks.
Good night. All right, there you have it, folks. That's one of the classic programs of all time. From the high desert, good night.